time, don't you run off before I thank you for being back in chat. And first, it's good to see you back. Kino, KP, Jen, it's good to see all of y'all. How are y'all doing? Hopefully okay. Well, we had a wedding today. Okay, thank you, Time. You take care. Gigi. I don't know what you call a Lutheran pastor. I guess he's a pastor. I don't know. My mother's Lutheran since I grew up, and I don't know their ways. Hi, Walk Life. Good to see you. Rock steady. But he did a beautiful ceremony, even though it was just in my mom's living room and just us family. Not all the family, just the ones that live with me and my daughter and her husband, her daughter. It was nice. It was really nice. And then we went to Chili's to eat. But everybody was happy. We took a bunch of pictures. I wish I could wear a mask when we do pictures. Oh my goodness. I shouldn't say that. Here I'm telling y'all, no, don't think that way, and here I am. Ah. So that reminds me. There's something I wanted to play for y'all. It's not a song, and it's not long. Just a message. I hope that's it. I think that's it.
And odd that you, as a grown European man, have to watch your words or you might lose your bank accounts. The social media corporations might shut down your email or even your phone numbers. And still I have this desire to speak the truth. Growing up in the Netherlands, I witnessed firsthand how our country began pandering to the immigrants. And then it got worse. Then in the late 1990s, they started pushing for the LGBT agenda. It started with the gay marriage, and now we have surgeons removing wombs from 14-year-old girls. And then came the euthanasia movement. First they said it's just for old people with terminal illnesses. Now, if you're an 18-year-old and you claim you are depressed, you can't heal, or even if you are hearing a high-pitched sound in your ear that you can't get rid of, now these are accepted as excuses for you to have euthanasia, which is basically state-sanctioned murder. And all the while these things are happening, they keep calling it progress. But it's not progress. It's decline, morally, socially, and especially psychologically. And as the icing on the cake, our Western leadership now expect men like me to enjoy being drafted into the armies because we have to fight the Russians. I have to lay my life down in the mud to die for diversity and LGBT and gay marriage, things that I don't give a shit about, and still our leaders expect that I will go along with it, or else they'll take away my email and my bank accounts. This is just fucked up.
Okay, that wasn't it. I'm so sorry. And I'll probably get taken down for that. Better get a backup. Oh my goodness. I'm in trouble. Okay, I don't know where it is. I am so sorry, y'all. I'm gonna drop the link. Wildlife, I saw you on a panel. Anybody wants to come up and talk to me? Did they already know it's still running? Okay. Okay, that was bad. Y'all weren't supposed to hear that one. I thought it was the one talking about them making us with the negative thinking. Hey, Ruben, it's good to see you. And, and that's not the way it ended. Oops. Um, but yes, the goal is to get everybody thinking negative and be depressed and um, not give a hoot. Won't say it like he did, but um, I feel really bad for playing that one. That was not good. Absolutely, God is good. Ruben, I've been watching um, The Chosen, and uh, I can't quit. It's like I looked at the time and I said, "Yikes! It's time to switch over and go live." It's just so good, and it's showing me things that um, I missed or something, and so that's another thing. I will not be live on Fridays, and I don't know if it's every Friday, maybe every other Friday, and I'm not real sure about Wednesday. I'm starting a Bible study, and I don't know how late it will go, so we'll see what happens. But usually, if I don't go live, Chuck does. So I think he's free those 2 nights. It's very good. First, I tried watching it through something free, and it only went so far. And then um, I realized I have what we're not supposed to have Amazon Prime, and so through that, I'm able to watch as much as is out so far, and it's really good. The first season, I I watched that one 2 or 3 times just to soak it all in. It's awesome. So what do y'all want to talk about? I mean, I'm just all caught up in life. Has it been on that long, Jim? Probably, because I had a friend that told me about it a long time ago, but I didn't know it had already been a year. She's told me about several things to watch. There was something that I never did watch. It's been out 3 years. Oh wow. Okay, I'm way behind. Um, it was something she kept wanting me to watch because her cousin was in it. He was an actor in it, and I only got to watch it once over at her house. I don't think I had the channel that it played on or something. Yeah, I got rid of that direct TV a long time ago because too expensive, and with my baby granddaughter here, I didn't want her clicking on something weird. I do have Netflix, but she has her own channel. She knows it's hers. It's got a bunny. Hey, Willie B. Don't you know? It's good to see you. Willie, you want to come up and talk to me? I know it's game night at Chuck's, and he won't be here. And um, if I just bore y'all to death, then we'll close up. There you go, Ruben. That's why we survived that for how many years? And yeah, that's what I should go back to. I have the antenna, but my kids insisted on a smart TV, and uh, I could play that. Oh, that's right. You're at work. All right. Let me see if I can find it in a cover. If they only let me play covers. I can't believe I played that. I can't believe I'm still running. Oh, there's another one too. It's called Shotgun Wedding. I didn't know there was a song called Shotgun Wedding. Like wedding. Cover. I was gonna say, why is it all women? It's got to be a man.
Oh, the real crane joined the CEO. So we're called the wedding band.
Okay, let me see if I can get past the
In some
talking.
strange sense. But anyway, this is a song called White Wedding, celebrating that end. Sister, what have you done? Hey, little sister, you're only one. Hey, little sister, she's Superman. Hey, little sister, who's the one you want? Hey, little sister, shotgun. It's a nice day to start again. It's a nice day for a white wedding. Start again. Hey, little sister, what have you done? Hey, little sister, who's your only one? I've let you go for so long. I let it go for so long. I've let it go for so long. It's a nice day to start again. It's a nice day for a white wedding. It's a nice day to start again. Yeah! Bring it up! Take me back home now. Hey, little sister, what have you done? Hey, little sister, who's your only one? I've let you go for so long. I've let it go for so long. I let it go for so long. It's a nice day to start again. Come on, it's a nice day for a white wedding. It's a nice day to start again. There's nothing sure in this world. And there's nothing pure in this world. And there's nothing safe in this world. And there's nothing pure in this world. And there's no one involved in this world. Start again. Come on, it's a nice day for a white wedding. Wow, it's a nice day to start again. Come on, it's a nice day for a white wedding.
That one was by Kirk Hammett's The Wedding Band. Never heard of them, but they did a pretty good rendition of it, didn't they? Uh, yeah, I love Billy Idol. The wedding singer was funny. So apparently there's a movie called Shotgun Wedding. Never heard of it. Oh no. Yeah, probably don't want to hear songs. Guardsman, good to see you. Want to come talk? What do you got going on? There's the link. So Lily, what are you making at work? We were late to the wedding because my daughter's about to pop, and the dress she bought for the wedding is now a tunic top, so she couldn't wear it. So we're all scrambling for clothes, trying to figure out what to wear. How are you?
Um, I believe I have interference.
Oh,
How are you?
pretty good.
Darn computer doesn't want to. I got this issue where one of my speakers is out on my computer, so I can't hear anything.
Oh. Are you having trouble hearing me?
I'm having trouble hearing anything. I mean, don't get me wrong, I can hear you. It's just like it's, huh? Hey.
Oh no.
I'll walk away from the microwave. Maybe that'll help.
Yeah, I wasn't sure that mine was even going to start up. It was saying that um, it just kept buffering, and I don't know. It gave me some kind of message that it wasn't doing what it was supposed to do.
Yeah. I um I was sitting there live streaming earlier. I don't know if you came by. I didn't see in the chat if you did.
I
But
didn't. I was at a wedding. I'm sorry.
it's okay. No sweat on that one. I was sitting there. I had some
New.
interesting little things that I went over just because I guess somebody decided to trigger me.
Uh oh. Well, I am finding that with everybody. I mean, even at my mom's, people are easily triggered right now.
Yeah. Well,
That's
I put it this way: somebody wants to go and sit there and talk, about me without ever knowing me, never met me from Adam, doesn't know my history, and instead goes on the internet and starts, saying things about me that ain't true.
yes.
Well, that kind of came as a shock to me. So I was like, I felt the need to sit this young man down and tell him what is going on.
There you go. That's how you do
Yeah, knife hand in the
it.
wild.
Yeah. It kind of stinks when you're with a computer and can't actually see people. Reach out.
Yeah, no, he came up on my panel for all of about 5 seconds and started, accusing me of things that I'd never done. And
Oh, he was on your panel.
yeah, but here's the thing: at least it wasn't like porn bombing or something. That's why he stayed there for longer than like a half second that it takes for me to knock him off the panel. But no, he
Yeah.
sat there and he accused me of literally blowing somebody's head off with a shotgun.
Oh, wow.
I was like, wait, what? Bro, you must not know me. I'm one of the nicest people there is until like you try to kill me, and then I fight back. That's just the way it is.
Well,
But
that's,
it was one of those shocks. It was so raw. Like, wait a minute,
yeah.
me kill somebody? Wait, you must not know me.
I think your background would look a little different if that had happened.
Oh no, they were trying to accuse me of doing it back in 1999.
I still think your background would look a little different. I
It's
mean,
no. What is hilarious is in 1999, I was 12, 13 years old.
Oh, wow.
So
Okay.
exactly how did I do that?
Yeah.
12, 13 years old in California.
Well, it is California. No,
That's my
I'm
point.
just joking.
That's what I'm saying. It's in California, and it was 12 to 13 years old. How exactly am I getting my hands on a shotgun in the city?
What year did they have that riot in LA?
Oh, jeez. There's a bunch of different riots. Which one?
It was it was the first big one that made national news. Like,
The Rodney King riots.
I think that might be it.
Okay. I think that was like the 80s.
Oh, okay. I mean,
Yeah.
anywhere you live, it's possible to get whatever you want. But no, at 13, I can't imagine you even thinking that. Although that's what they're trying to push now. With all these, even toddlers.
No, I actually I came out on my channel and said point blank, the last time I actually shot a shotgun. I was 9 years old, and it was at a company party with my dad.
Yeah,
This is literally the last time I ever actually shot a shotgun. Since then, I don't. I just don't like shotguns.
yeah.
They're not my thing. I like rifles and pistols to an extent, but I like rifles. It's just a thing for me.
I understand.
So if somebody goes and tries to accuse me of using a shotgun, I giggle. I
Yeah.
think it's hilarious. Wait, the shotgun went? What? Huh? Bro, you must not know me. I don't shoot shotguns.
Uh-oh, Gigi, what happened in California today? I didn't hear.
That wasn't today. That was yesterday, actually. Um, there was a mass shooting. I
Oh,
guess you could say it was more like one idiot went off and shot up a dance club because he was butthurt about something in his life, and then another person dropped him
yes.
today.
I actually did read that.
Yeah,
The man was 70 something years old.
yeah, and the dude, like, he did that yesterday and then got dropped today. That's why it's
Oh,
national news or some shit, because he got away with it for a day.
oh, okay. Wait, I thought he killed himself actually.
I don't know
They
how he died.
found
I know that he got shot. That's about it. I don't
I think
know
they found
whether
the
they
man
killed him or he killed
and
him or what. But I
right.
know that he went and he shot up 10 people and then he got shot himself.
I, that's and he actually went to another dance club, I guess close to that, and the 26-year-old that was working there wrestled the pistol from him, so he didn't hurt anybody there, but the kid was giving his story and he said he was just looking for people. Oh, a
And see,
mushrooms farm today.
that's why I think that everybody should have some form of a projectile weapon. That should be the right. Just the simple fact of a projectile weapon. Doesn't matter whether or not, it's a firearm.
Yeah, yeah, because
We're
that kid
human
could have.
beings. We're pursuit and endurance predators. Pretty
Yeah,
much the way that we kill our prey is at a distance. Whether that's running them down or shooting them with a firearm or hitting them with a rock.
it doesn't matter. It's still, you're using a projectile to do that.
Right.
I mean, going back all the way to human ancestry down to, hunting mammoths, the spears that were used were thrown spears.
Yeah.
So it's still a projectile. We are pursuit and endurance predators. We'll chase our prey down and then we kill it with projectile. We're not like some other creatures which use venom or use constriction or use
Excuse.
multitude of bites over the animal's body in order to cause it exsanguination. We're not that kind of predator. So intrinsic to who we are, we have a right to utilize the ability.
Yeah. I agree.
Now, do I think that this fella going and shooting up a dance hall is right? Nuh-uh. But I
No.
think that a lot of those folks inside that dance hall are probably sitting there going, if I had a gun, I could have stopped it the moment that I noticed that somebody was getting hurt.
And
Instead
that's
of, we had to wait until somebody had the balls to say, you know what, I don't care if I die today. I'm going to stop this.
yeah.
That's pretty fucking sad, in my opinion. We need to stop that. It needs to be that everybody is equal because we all have this ability.
Yeah. That's that 26-year-old. He could have got killed easily because the guy was he was watching the dance floor and doing the books or something, and he heard a noise and looked up, and there's a gun barrel in his face, and his first thought was, I'm gonna die, and he just grabbed the barrel of the gun and started wrestling it from him and got it away from him. And I thought, you know, that's something I would never even think about doing, is grabbing the barrel of a gun, because that's never ends up good, but this time it did.
You react faster than you make decisions in that kind of a situation.
And that's what he said. It was if he was going to die anyway, he was going to die trying. And
Yeah, I've only ever been in a couple of situations where it was that close. One of them, about, I got stabbed in the chest. But the other one, the scariest thing that ever happened to me was I actually had somebody sitting there, didn't know what they were doing with a gun. They just had a gun. They're sitting there waving it around in my face with their finger on the trigger.
my goodness.
I moved so fast, I broke the wrist. And that's what I mean by it. You don't think, you don't do anything, you just react because that's all the time you've got.
Yeah. Adrenaline kicks in, and
They weren't going to shoot me, not intentionally.
yeah.
But, finger on the trigger, 38 special, little snub nose revolver sitting there waving it around, and it's, flagging me like hell. I didn't think about it. I just moved. And I moved fast enough that when I grabbed his hand, I broke his wrist and his finger as the gun came flying out of his hand. I
Okay,
ended
this
up having
kind
to
of
pay
talk.
for that.
Yeah. And I think I blew it right at the very beginning because I played the wrong thing. Hey, Ronan, how are you? Ronan, do you want to come up and talk? Haven't talked to you in a while. Um, well, what is Gigi's talking about? A mushroom farm, Half Moon Bay, and 7 dead. And I don't know what that's about. NC Debs, you can come
There
up.
were supposedly 10 victims on site, and 7 of them are dead.
And that was a whole different thing. And California has the strictest gun laws in the United States, doesn't it? I mean, I know my brother, uh, he couldn't even take his ammo back with him when he came to hunt. He got a permit in Texas. We don't need permits. I was like, why are you doing this? Just because, so I have it, so he can show it. But
Yep. It's easier if you don't have to argue. Honestly, that's why I normally buy a hunting license and stuff like that.
mm,
It's easier to not have to argue.
yes,
Does that mean that I think that the permutation and all that's correct? I don't. But I do it because it's just I don't want to spend my day
okay, right.
having to tell you why I have the right to do this.
Yeah. Uh, I don't know. And it seems to me like they'd be worrying more about what's going on in California with the flooding and everything. I've been so worried about those people in California and the earthquakes and everything else they're going through natural. I don't know what's setting these people off, but well, um, that first one, uh, I guess that one, if that's what they're going to call it, hate crime. It he was definitely targeting a culture of people. Hello, Deb. How are you?
Hello, Bonnie. I'm fine. How are you, Blaine?
Hi, Debs.
You gonna sing us a song tonight? I hope you do.
Oh
He,
yeah, I
yeah,
forgot
he can belt
he's
them
so
out. Yeah,
good.
and he's got this. He likes this. Is it Celtic music or Irish fighting music or something like that that you listen to? What is that
I
style?
really like that too.
Oh, you're talking about
You played a
uh,
bunch.
uh,
Yeah.
Irish revolutionary music.
Yes,
Yep.
he can do it good.
What? I like it.
I know you like it. You're good at it too.
I like that kind of music too. The river dancing and the
Oh, that's
Oh,
not
did you
Riverdance.
did you
no,
like
but I mean,
did you like that one that I sent you? That river music.
yes, I did. Thank you. Are
Man,
you feeling
I,
better?
s- I saw him in concert and I pretty much, he played for 3.5 hours and I sat there with my mouth open. It was a really small venue and that guy is so talented. If you get into his music, I've turned like 3 or 4 people onto him and they just love his style of music.
Yeah.
99 Shades of Crazy is a funny song. Blaine would like that one.
I was born on a Dublin street where the Royal Johns they be, and the loyal English feet they walked all over us, and every single night when me da would come home, he'd invite the neighbors out with his chorus. Come out, ye black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wiser you won medals down in Flanders. Show 'em how the IRA made you run like hell away from the green and lovely lanes of Kirishanga. Yeah, that
Yeah.
song.
Yay!
Yay.
Thank you. Yay! I'm clapping too.
Thank you.
Um,
I just watched a movie. Oh, what is the name of it? she goes to Ireland chasing after her boyfriend and falls in love with the other guy that she goes on this horrible trip with because everything keeps breaking down and happening. And I can't remember the name of it, but the scenery of Ireland, and they go up to a castle. I love it. If I could have ever traveled out of the United States, it would have been to Ireland.
I've
There's
always wanted to go too, and I actually had a friend who brought me back. She went, I didn't get to go, and she got to see Big Ben. Those were two things to go see. And she brought me back this keychain that had a little shamrock, little guys spinning around on it. It was like a little spin the wheel, and brought me this beautiful ceramic 4-leaf clover.
a leprechaun.
Yeah, leprechaun. I couldn't think of it. No, I actually am okay. My water heater, because of the problem that they had in the neighborhood, the hot water hose popped off the bottom of my bathroom. So I have cold water, but no hot water. So I went and took a shower at a friend's house, and I feel like $1,000,000 now. But it's going to be 22 today or tonight. Brr.
Do you have a bathtub?
Yes, I do.
I'd be boiling water.
Yeah, my propane, I don't have enough propane for my stove to do that.
Okay.
I could nuke like bowls of water, but I don't want to do that. Last time I did that, I kind of scalded myself because I had a water problem back in the summer, and I kind of like the water was too hot and I poured itself over me. And I got a big rash on my back. So we're not going to be that dumb. We go to my buddies to change the scenery. So Blaine, what you been doing?
Talk to.
Yeah, definitely. She actually said I can come there with her without her at work. She leaves the door open. I'm like, cool.
There you go.
Yep. And the church is going to help me fix the plumbing issue, but I'm not letting those old men get down there until the weather's decent. I refuse to let a 78-year-old man get underneath my house when it's this cold. I'm not going to do it.
Oh.
I got flushing water, that's all I really need.
Are you able to eat, cook, or?
Oh yeah, I got a toaster oven, microwave,
Okay.
Everything I need for the kind of food I eat. And I just have to drag. I got a partial propane tank, but I got to drag it from around the house, and I haven't felt like it.
Hello, American Pride. Good to see you.
So Blaine, what you been up to? How's that knife coming?
I am almost done with it.
Cool.
Pardon the noise. I'm literally making my dinner right now. I was actually making it before Bonnie asked me to come up. So.
Oh, no problem. Make your dinner. There's sometimes when I'm eating whenever I'm on here because it's so late when I can finally get supper done. And
I normally eat when I'm hungry. That's the way I look at it. If I'm not hungry at 5:30, I'm not hungry. I'm just not going to eat. But if I'm hungry, then again at 6:30, I'm going to eat. So, and believe it or don't, that is actually what keeps me skinny. I believe that. I believe that particular is what keeps me skinny. That I don't eat unless my body and my brain tells me, dude, you got to eat something or you're going to fall over.
They
So I
actually
literally,
say that 75% of the time that we are hungry, we think we're hungry, we're actually dehydrated.
yep, that's the truth.
Tidbit of knowledge. And the other thing is if you eat your meals all during a 12-hour period and then the other 12 hours you're sleeping, plus 4 or whatever, that is the healthiest because it gives your body a chance to process anything, you know.
Oh, good. Then I'm in that time frame.
Yep. And that's what the doctor said. It's best for digestion because it gives your body a whole 12 hours to digest, and that includes flushing out toxins, whatever. So those are my helpful hints from Heloise.
um, okay. Cindy just asked if anyone's heard an update on Lori C. and Jeff B. So I keep seeing them to both of their names together. How are they connected? And I haven't heard any updates. And nobody's going to tell me?
I have no idea.
Okay. I figured Deb would. She seems to know a lot of things going on throughout YouTube, modding all over the place.
Yeah, mine's kind of what do you call it? Lately it's more history, I think, because I've been doing it for 3 years. It's more history. And as far as keeping up with, like, was this a couple that got together?
I don't know. Did they?
Sounds like it. I am not familiar with either one, unless they change their names. You never know.
Jeff B is the one that
Got shot.
yeah, and he used to always get up on Liberty Warriors channel, and then Travis, he would get on his panel. I've seen him on a few panels around, and he doesn't say who he works for, but that he has connections, and he doesn't really give information. He just kind of asks questions that.
Yeah, it's kind of a good way to do it, I think.
Yes, it is.
He makes you think.
Rockstar, good to see you, hon.
Hello, chap that I can't see.
He has a good channel. It's a plays guitar, cooks amazing food. Just did some, was it beans and rice? I think I I can't remember. I know I commented on it. There was one Saturday he was just grilling ribs and had friends over, and he's got an awesome neighbor, and I was just like hanging out with them in their backyard barbecuing.
Cool.
Hey Kim, good to see you.
Yeah, on YouTube you can go on an 18-wheeler trucking adventure. You can go on a boat on a lake. You can go listen to someone play the organ, the guitar.
I know. That's what I was telling Rockstar in one of the comments. I said, check out Conspiracy Music, because the artist that he has over there is amazing. It's a, I don't know if you've been there, Deb, but it's a, instead of paying a studio to do your recordings and everything, they they do it there, and some
Oh,
really good artists. I mean, and it's not just guitars. It's there's some women that there's keyboards. It's everything. It's just really cool, and
okay.
it's
I'm gonna
really
have to.
late at night. So you have to be
I'm
a
gonna.
night owl,
Yeah, yeah. I'm gonna have to check that out.
and it's Friday nights only. Um, I think he only goes live Friday nights. Yeah, one night couldn't sleep, and I was just looking around, and I was like, "Oh, what's this?" And I went in there, and I said, "Oh, this is where I belong."
I think I've been up 10, 24. I've been up about 36 hours right now.
Oh my goodness,
I just had one of those nights where everything, it was cold, the water, a lot of things just were, I wasn't feeling well. And it was just one of those, nope, we're not going to sleep tonight. And at 7 o'clock, they started tearing the road up and digging things. And oh my gosh. But I'm like a Energizer bunny. I'm like camo, I guess. Mm, I can't say Wolverine's like that though.
I I've had some like there was one night that I closed up and told everybody, "Okay, I'm out," at like 3. I tried everything. I finally fell asleep at 8 a.m. I was like, what is
Oh,
going on with my sleep pattern? There is no pattern. It's just crazy.
yeah, mine, I can't keep it. You know how it used to be kind of the same, always night owl? Now mine's
Mhm.
going like back and forth. It like I go to bed at 5, but I still get up at 9:30. What's up with that? You know?
Yeah, I couldn't even function if I did that. Gotta have 7 hours. But it wasn't 7 hours last night. And so,
Wow.
then
And I sent you that text. I think I sent you a text too because everything ended quickly and I was thinking, is she tired? And then you said that you had a wedding. And I
yeah,
hope it was a good one.
it was. And so we were supposed to be there early. And we had some wardrobe issues. And so we were all late. And, the pastor, when he was leaving, he said, I said, be safe driving home. And Mama said, yeah, be safe. Don't drive like you did on the way here. And I said, don't ever hurry whenever it involves us because we are always late.
Oh, cute.
It was, and my mother, uh, she had a purple top on that had some beads sewn on it. And then she had uh, oh gosh, what is the hat called? Is it a Pandora? Fe- Fedora?
Yeah, the Pandora is an app for music.
Yeah, not that. It's that hat, the small rimmed
Oh,
hat, the
A fedora.
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 Okay,
Yeah.
I was close, and it
Yep.
was purple like top, and she looked so cute.
Aw.
Hi, Ridge Runner. How are you? Gonna come up on panel, Ridge Runner? He came up one time, and he couldn't get a word in, and I've never heard him speak.
Well, we let you get words in, so come on up.
Took him a long time to get brave enough to come up that one time. Well,
Like I
Rockstar,
said on
you're
my
welcome to come up on panel too. I'm sorry, Blaine. What?
like I said on my live stream, I sit in the background and I listen till I'm actually needed.
Oh, and
And
what's
you
up?
usually are. You look what he gave us. He gave us a beautiful song.
Yes, he did. Oh my goodness, Rich Hunter, I'm so sorry.
I'm gonna say this. I'm sorry, Bonnie. Cancer sucks. And everybody that knows somebody knows how, and I do too. Everybody knows that it just does. And I'm so sorry, Ridge Runner.
What sucks the most about it is that there are actual freaking cures, but they won't let us have them.
Yes, I'll be keeping you in my prayers.
Yeah, me too.
Oh, my list just keeps getting longer, and it's okay. That's what it's meant to. That's what it's all about.
In the Navy. How
Hey,
you doing, Navy
Navy
vet?
vet.
Is it? Hi, Navy Vet. It's good to see you. I hadn't seen you in a little bit.
And he hasn't come up on panel in a long time either.
Oh, I didn't know he did.
Well, he's been known, not in the recent past.
Have you been checking out his channel? He puts out some good little videos. Um, George has been putting out some good little videos.
That Popeye profile pic, though, that's still one of my favorite pictures in all of the YouTube verse.
Is that what Navy Vet has? They're so small that I can't see them.
I I only notice it because like I pay attention to those minor details because I'm
Yes.
ADD like that. Um, and I caught it way back when I first ran into Navy, and I I I love the profile pic. I think it's hilarious. It's got Popeye, and he's sitting there, and he's steering steering a ship, and he looks like he's really just hardcore, and it looks like the kind of animation that you normally get. Yeah, see,
Yep. Now
it's
I can see
Popeye, but he's like it's
it.
PlayStation animation.
Okay. Cool.
The hold fast Popeye.
Yeah. See, he was talking to his 93-year-old grandmother 50 years ago. Cancer was virtually unheard of. And I know that. That's what I was saying. Even whenever I was growing up, well, I guess it would be that long. um,
Well,
we
it's
just,
not that the diseases didn't exist; it's that we didn't know enough about them to actually have it be public knowledge.
yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I lived in a neighborhood in a big city that we all knew each other. We all communicated with each other. We would have known something like that. And even when I moved to the country, we still, um, my grandmother had a group of older ladies that would all get together and play bunco. And so during the summer, I got to play bunco with them, and you win little prizes, little cheapo prizes. We didn't care. It was just for the fun, getting together. Because when you're out in the country, it's nice to have get-togethers once a week. And still, just didn't hear about it. There's nobody in that. If anything, if anyone was sick there, it was because the water was contaminated, and so HUD had to take care of that. But
after about like, I don't know, 15, 20 years of
Yes,
having
needing
dealt with other
benefits.
folks that have cancer and whatnot, because I used to work with the outreach program at my church. They do the they go out to the different convalescent homes and like the St. Jude's and stuff like that. Well, after several years of that, um,
Excuse me.
I realized that I realized something profound, and that is that cancer is a disease that is caused. It's not a disease that is caught.
Right.
So
It's not a natural.
it is, but it's not by natural means. Like you can get cancer from a multitude of different things. Most of the time, it's because your body's responding to something. Like, for instance, my grandma died of uh, lung cancer and walking pneumonia. The lung cancer didn't kill her; the pneumonia did.
Yeah.
But she had smoked since she was 15 years old, and she died when she was 98.
Oh, wow.
So yeah,
That's a long life.
if smoking cigarettes is going to get you, it took an awful long time, didn't it?
My dad started
Yeah.
when he was 6 and he died of cancer at 78, but he didn't die of lung cancer or anything to do with lungs.
See,
It
that's
was,
what's funny too. My grandma, she may have died from walking pneumonia, and she might have had cancer, but she didn't get cancer until a year after she quit smoking.
yep, I've known my uncle, he stopped drinking, stopped smoking cigars. Within 3 months, he was only 55, but within 3 months, he was in the parking lot and just had a heart attack. Boom. Shocked his system.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I've
I've known
gone
people
for
do that. I'm
I've
sorry.
gone for like several months in the past without having tobacco, and then just recently, I went for maybe a week without tobacco, and I literally ended up having a mental. I wouldn't call it a mental break so much as I would call it a Freudian slip of epic proportions.
Yep. That'd be me.
That moment where you lose control and you go into ultimate rage monster mode, but you don't know what to be angry at.
Yeah. My
And
best.
that actually ended up causing me so much stress that I ended up having heart palpitations a little bit, and then 2 days later I ended up having a heart attack. Now here's the crazy shit. That was the day before and the day after my birthday.
Wow.
Oh, by the way, I'm only 35 years old.
When did this happen, Blaine?
Oh, it's been happening since I was 21.
Like every
And
birthday? No, I
not
meant like this
not every
birthday.
birthday per
Oh,
se, but every like almost every year. There's been a few years in between where I've gone without having a heart attack or something like that, but I've actually ended up in the hospital from passing out in the
You've had
middle of a
several?
road. Huh?
You've had several?
Yes.
And you're how old?
And every day, just I'm 35 now.
35?
Yeah, I was
Have they
born
given
with
you a
a
cause?
I was born with a small heart, and they use steroids to build it up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they used cardio cortisol steroids to build my heart. So
Oh,
now
goodness.
I'm prone to having cramps and stuff happen. Kind of sucks, actually.
Well, yeah. All right. Adding you to the list, Blaine.
I I look at it this way. I don't sweat it. I look at it as if stress is going to be what knocks me down, then I need to not stress.
Yes.
My dog's over here trying to lick up puddles. Like, dude, you have a full bowl of water inside. What the hell?
The mud tastes, you know what? It could be minerals in it that my kids, when they were little, they would get the rocks out of the driveway and suck on them. And I told the pediatrician, what's up with this? This is not normal, is it? And he said, don't worry about it if they're big enough where they won't choke on it or something. The kids were big enough, but he said that it it's probably some mineral that they're lacking and they're getting it naturally. This was a long time ago when doctors were more like doctors instead
Yeah,
of,
they weren't prescription pads with an education.
yes. Yeah, they would even call me. One of my sons, he all of a sudden just got sick, like, and running a fever. And so I put him in a tepid tub of water trying to get his fever down. And as soon as I did that, a red rash broke out all over him. So we rushed him to a urgent care, and they were pretty freaked out there too because he was pretty bad. And
Box, shingles.
well, then they started doing tests, and they said he had strep and roseola, I guess, is what the red, but they weren't sure. And
Oh, I know
so they
exactly what
sent
that
us
is.
home.
Okay, so strep throat and rosalia, which is also known as
Yeah.
scarlet fever.
Yeah. And so the next day, the doctor called me to see how he was doing from that urgent care. I was shocked about that. And then me, I kept going in once a week to the doctor because I was all congested and couldn't get rid of it. And uh, they kept giving me shots of penicillin. And hey, Al Bundy. And I wasn't getting any better. And he said, well, you've had enough antibiotics to kill a horse. And he said, I'm fixing to put you in the hospital. And I was like, no, I got 2 kids to take care of. And so he said, okay, I'm going to try one more thing. And he gave me what you just said, the cortisone pack. And uh, like the first day you take 6, then 5. Next day it gets
Yeah,
lower each day. And he called me 2 days later to see if I was okay. And I said, whatever you gave me was a miracle because I am perfectly fine. And he said, are you anywhere near Cedar? And I said, Central Texas all around us. And he goes, no, I mean close up. And I said, not that I know of. Went to work and went back to work, and I told them what was going on. And it was a IGA store with the wood floors. And they said, I told them about the cedar, and they said, what do you think we do the floors with every day with the oil? It's cedar chips with oil, and we would sprinkle it on the floors and then sweep it up, and it would shine the floors. And I said, okay, can we switch to something else? Nope. So I had to quit that job because of the cedar.
yeah. If you've got an allergy to something, you can't just your health is more of a high priority than your job is. I don't know why people get that confused.
Oh my
Like
goodness.
you can find another job, even
Yes.
if it might be, a couple years in between then.
Yeah.
You can find another job. You can't find another trachea. You can't find another esophagus. You can't find another nasal passage. It doesn't work like that.
Right. Yeah. My mother passed down her allergies. Yeah, I can't touch it. I can't go near it. If
Well,
somebody's burning it, I'm going the other way because of the
I
smoke.
got, let's see here. I got my grandma's allergies.
Yeah.
She
Well.
she was allergic to bees and shellfish and strawberries.
Hmm.
I'm allergic to bees, pineapple, and ground the ground up shellfish stuff, the shells, the seashells, ground up seashells.
Wow. Yep. I can't have any iodine.
Diatomaceous earth, you mean?
No, not diatomaceous earth.
Oh,
The what you would call it, they is also in the seashells. It's
calcium, coral calcium.
no the it's like an ocean going algae that ends
Oh,
up going completely dormant
oh,
when
okay.
you dry out the seashells.
Yep.
I'm fine with diatomaceous earth. I can use fossil flour anytime, but I have a problem where I'm allergic to the algae that's in the ocean.
Yeah.
I am too. That's why I left the lake in New York because it went harmful algae blooms, toxic habs.
Hmm.
And you want to go back to that.
No, we're not going back to 3 minutes in flip flops to the lake. We're going back to a sunny place, 5 miles, 10 miles, somewhere else from that lake.
See, and that's what that angers me so much.
We
Maybe that.
can't we can't run from our immune systems, unfortunately, and there are things. Um what did Navy vet say? I didn't want to interrupt.
Well, it's just well, that's what I was gonna say. Finding out now what they have done to our military is it's just unheard of. It
Despicable, despicable.
There you go. That's a good word. I mean, I was gonna say worse, but I was like, yeah, keep your mouth shut, Bonnie. That just it makes me mad that our men are signing up to protect and serve our country, and they go and some don't come back, put their lives on the line to protect us is what they're told, and they just do things to them. Not nice. I probably should, I'm probably gonna have to delete this one. I just keep doing boo-boos all over the place.
You should know better than to invite me up on a panel. I mean, come on. They always make you delete the ones that I come up on.
No, I've done this all on my own. I mean, okay, maybe a little of what you were talking about, but I mean, starting out with that, that video was not good. Uh, oh well. Yeah.
Hey, end of the world.
Stolen valor is a pretty big thing, isn't it? I mean, that's like prison or something if somebody gets caught. Is it?
Bonnie, they make them take their all identification off before they go do some of these things. Their instructions or maneuvers or whatever. They have to take their dog tags and their stripes and everything off.
Okay, but I mean, um, Aniat Jack. Hi, Aniat Jack, if you didn't hear me say that. um, put a link for that up there. And then uh, I've been hearing that a lot lately for some reason. Um, a lot of people saying that they served and they didn't. And I don't know why. That has become something that I'm hearing a lot more of lately. Desert Storm. Yeah. One of well, my son's best friend that he grew up with, um, he was at Desert Storm, and something in the sand got in his eyes, and to this day he gets some kind of a weird infection, and his eye swells up, um, and then something else. Now he has seizures after he retired from the military. He became a police officer, which a lot of them do. And then he started having seizures. And so he had to quit that also. Or they won't let a police officer, work if they're having seizures. Well, you can't drive. You can't, it's bad. Just, they won't let them.
Since we're going all out here, I have to tell you that 2 different days here, it was 27 degrees, happened to be 2 different, months, doctor's appointments, whatever. It was early in the morning and the fog was white, as we were talking about the other night. I mean, white as snow in the air. Couldn't see the stoplight. Both of those days, my check engine light came on from sucking whatever that was. And then all of a sudden, by the grace of God, 3 days ago, it went off. But the first time I had it turned off. The second time was the exact same temperature, exact same situation, and exactly the same thing happened. And I'm wondering if the catalytic converter sucked some nasty something in there and now it's out.
Huh.
That would be nice.
My car has been saying something about overheating. And so we didn't take it today.
Just check your radiator level when it's like check the radiator level first. And the only other thing, there's only 2 things that go: the radiator or the water pump. Those are the only 2 things that cause. And then if anything happens, I think one of the guys can confirm this. If anything happens, isn't there something where you can put your defrost and your hot on as high as you can, and it helps something to do with the engine to make it a little bit farther till you can pull off? Or am I losing my mind? Could be a 1960s car thing. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Did you read this one from Navy Vet?
Yep. Yep, and it's bad because I actually saw
And
I
the
think his name
Aztec.
was not Bouchard because that's the one from Star Trek, but it was something like that. And he came on, and his friend actually had to do that. And that was when I was first starting to wake up to everything, and I was shocked
Yeah.
because that night caused 11 fires. That night
Hey, Black
that we
Watch.
that we accused other people of setting.
Yeah. But that's we have a housing authority where my friend lives. Hey, Joseph, not me, my daughter. She got married today. Um, the housing authority, excuse me, their floors are still asbestos, probably the walls too. I don't know, but um, they're just now starting to change out the floors, but only when somebody moves out. And like my friend, she's lived there for at least 15 years, if not more. They won't paint it. They won't do anything to it. They don't do anything to take care of them. Yeah, I heard about that Navy ship with the water problem too. Is there any table scraps you shouldn't give to chickens?
I believe there actually is.
Hi, Carol Z. Thank you.
Don't give them bones. They wouldn't know what to do with it anyways. And don't give them meat in large chunks. Don't give them rice because rice expands really, really rapidly and they can't throw up.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah, don't give them rice.
So probably no beans either. I think beans swell too.
Beans do swell as well. Don't, yeah, I wouldn't give them beans, but beans tend to be, they only swell so large. And if you cook them, then they're not that big of a deal. They won't eat the veggies. Funny enough, they'll like if you give them cooked veggies, they won't eat them.
But they'll
Like
eat the raw,
they'll eat the
like if you throw out the ends and the
if you give
slice.
them like broccoli, what they'll do is they'll peck at the tufted part of the broccoli, and
Mm-hmm.
they'll leave the stems. Um, that's about all that they'll do, really. As far as pasta is concerned, they'll eat the shit out of some pasta.
Yeah.
And yes, they will eat the shit out of your garden too.
Well, see, that doesn't make any sense if they won't eat
they'll eat
vegetables.
the bugs before they eat your garden though. So
Yeah.
if you let them into your garden and you've got a bug problem, they'll eat the bugs and they'll leave your garden alone. But if you don't have a bug problem, they'll eat your garden.
Wow.
I noticed that after about like the fourth time I let them run through there, didn't have any bugs to eat there, and so they started pecking at my plants. They like lettuce, they like
Yeah.
cabbage, hmm, they like strawberries. Oh, and they love potatoes. Holy shit, they love potato plants. Like
Well,
if you got a potato plant growing, don't let your chickens anywhere near that. You won't have a potato plant growing afterwards.
yeah.
My chickens destroyed my potatoes. I didn't know, and they were in the same place, and so they ended up eating them.
Oh, wow.
So the
They'll,
magnetic core, Navy vet, the magnetic core is actually shifting. Oh my gosh.
Okay.
you Earth's core hasn't stopped, and it hasn't. It's not spinning in an opposite direction. It's just that the magnetic flux is changing. You got to remember, it's a solid core inside of a liquid that's spinning really, 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 really fast, and that's creating an electromagnetosphere. So the liquid spinning around the outside is actually what's giving us that electrical displacement, which causes the electromagnetosphere. And that being that it's liquid, the magnetosphere can switch, it can move, it can get jostled by outside forces. And so the sun's just bouncing that around.
Yeah. Tin and Hawk, and they were saying something about it last night on Chuck's. Oh, I can't even remember. Seeing like 2 suns and 3 moons and strange things going on, I guess. I
Yeah.
haven't seen it, but of course they're on
Well,
the West Coast, so they could be seeing different things than this, I guess.
you can
No,
measure
I don't.
you can measure it, but the shift is so slight that depending on where you are on the planet, you're not going to be able to measure it until it's like so far gone. The people all over the world will be saying, "Oh yeah, it's completely gone." So yeah, you're not going to be able to measure it so much here in the states. Uh, if you're East Coast, a little bit, you're going to be able to measure it just a little bit easier than are on the West Coast. If you're like in, I don't know, like down in Florida or something, you're going to be able to measure it a lot easier. If you are in, like, say, the Middle East, you're going to be able to measure it a lot easier. But over here on the Pacific side of everything, we're getting less interference so much. So it doesn't change on our, the compass doesn't change as much. It's not affecting us as much.
Yeah. What if the Earth's flat?
What if the Earth is flat? Um, well, then it doesn't have an electromagnetosphere, which we all know is not the case. But anyways, we're entertaining the idea that the Earth is flat. Okay, it doesn't have an electromagnetosphere. It doesn't have a core in order to make that electromagnetosphere, and gravity has a real big problem with a flat plane.
Yeah.
So yeah, physics falls apart when we go towards the Earth is flat. That's why I don't even entertain it. It's like
See, and I haven't noticed a difference with the sun either, because um, that's how I usually know what time it is. Well, during the summer anyway. And because I was out there telling my granddaughter, see where the sun is? The little 4-year-old. Because I want her to know all this stuff. Anything I'm learning, she's learning too. And I said, I bet it's about 2 o'clock. Looked at my phone and it was like 3 minutes after 2. I was like, it still works.
Yeah. See, your mental clock is actually to um, tied to biology for one, but it's also tied to your magnetic clock,
Yeah.
which all creatures on the planet have a magnetic clock. I've heard people say, "Oh, well, human beings don't have an electromagnetic sense."
What's a
Yes, you
circadian
do.
rhythm? What's a circadian rhythm compared to that?
Well, circadian rhythm is just simply your sleep cycle. Um, some people have a circadian rhythm that dictates they sleep in the daytime and they're awake at night. Some people have a circadian rhythm that dictates that they sleep at night rather than in the daytime. And then some people have what is called non circadian sleep disorder, which means that they don't sleep in a rhythmic pattern. What happens is instead you'll sleep for, say, 15 hours one day and then go for 36 hours without sleeping.
That's camo. That's exactly what he said he does. 48 hours on, 24 hours off.
Right. It's an actual, it can be psychological, but often it's attributed to people not having the ability to see light and dark. You know, people who are born blind are normally, they don't have a circadian rhythm. They have a different type of sleep cycle. I wasn't born blind, but I grew up having to deal with a lot of stressors that made it so that I didn't sleep very well when I was a kid. And so when I became an adult, my sleep cycle was just weird. And when I say just weird, I mean, let me put it this way. Around fall every year, right around deer season, I will basically be waking up in the morning and falling asleep just about like 9:30, 10 o'clock. All the rest of the year around, for some weird ass reason, I can go for 3 or 4 days without sleep. I can uh, I sleep at odd hours. I might take cat naps, like 2 or 3 minutes here, an hour there, sort of thing. And it's the weirdest thing I've ever really seen in my life is that I have this issue. I have non circadian and I know it.
Yeah. That's, and so that's, I don't know, like maybe that's saying physics are flawed. Everyone is different. And even, but all my life, I've kind of been a night owl. And so 2 a.m. is my normal, if I'm not talking to somebody doing stuff, whatever. But I've noticed it's getting later or earlier, whatever you want to call it, to where it just depends on the day, too. Some days it's normal, some days it's I'm up till 6 a.m., some days it's,
Is it ever the days you have to do things that you can't sleep? It is with me.
well, and that's why I thought last night I wouldn't be able to sleep. I fell asleep, but then at like 4 a.m. I woke up and I was all, no, go back to sleep. 6 a.m. I woke up and
That's your
no,
daughter. That's your daughter. Anybody would be that way.
and maybe it was, nerves and excitement and
Yep.
because it was an exciting day.
If you didn't like the man, you wouldn't be going back to sleep. You'd be up all night.
True. Yeah, that's the way I am. Maybe that it's like, and so we're talking about, um, if necessary, shifts, and so I know I'll be the late night shift. But my daughter too, the one that lives with me, my youngest daughter, she is up all night long,
You're the
and
night watchman.
and so I don't know if that changed because she's up all night long and I hear her,
Is
where
she taking care of
I'm
your
up
mom?
later and later.
Has she taken care of your mom? Is that the one that takes care of your
My
mom?
youngest daughter,
Yeah.
no, that's the one that got married
Okay.
today.
Okay. All right. Because the one that takes care of your mom should probably have a pretty messed up sleep schedule if anything goes awry and either one of them are staying up, like, kind of as they start. They call it sundowning, but they started early. They only
Well,
sleep like 4 hours a night and they get up at 5 a.m. And then all of a sudden they'll start switching it around. They be watching Johnny Carson or something,
and
which
that's
isn't on.
another reason I think for the shifts because, um, once we get out there,
You're
we'll have
good.
the cameras and everything, and so I know we're going to be watching the cameras to
So
see
what did you
what's.
pick for what'd you pick for a house? Did you get a 2-story, a 1-story? What'd you get?
What do you think? I'm rich?
No, you can get them at Home Depot, the shells for like 13 grand. I don't think you're rich.
Yes. And then to hire a contractor to finish it
Oh, it's
out
it's
is
yeah, it's
about
about it's 70.
100,000.
And it was 70 in 1990s with a cabin, like a log cabin kit that I did for my mom, and I will never do it again.
Well, it's a whole lot different now, hon. I've been checking just to get a deck built with a ramp for my mom. I'm gonna have to take out a loan on my car. It's,
Ah, really?
yeah, I mean, it is so expensive now. Just trying to get the lumber is,
Jeez.
ask anybody who's been doing any kind of work. Mechanics, car parts, everything is really hard to get now, and um, especially as with the lumber, getting the straight ones. I'll drive by our lumber yard and I see these warp boards with the two ends sticking up, and I'm like, oh man.
That's when you
But then
start building things. You start building things mission style with pieces of wood and different lengths and different types. And
well,
yeah.
and that's what I was thinking about, going and asking them how much they would sell that kind of wood for, because it would be good for the raised gardens or whatever. Um, I mean,
The coolest thing I ever saw, and I only saw it a few years ago, was barnwood that was put on a wall. And I thought, it would look hokey pokey. And I
no,
also saw people breaking apart pallets, pulling the nails out, and actually doing pallet walls that were gorgeous. I mean,
yeah,
gorgeous because the pallets were gorgeous.
good night, Wanda. Yeah, I've been saving pallets, and um, I have old roofing tin, a pile of it, and I was gonna sell it, and then I was like, no, I can use this. Even if it's rusted, it doesn't matter. One of the
Yep.
stores I was at today had the roofing tin on the roof, and it was so rusted, it was almost like solid rust.
Do you know people do that? People do that for their showers now. They get a rusted look metal and they put it in their showers
No,
with
I
a
don't.
real old, like old fashioned shower head, and I don't like it.
No, that's a little too much for me. But the barnwood, I love that look. And um, so they picked out a single wide mobile home, and I'll send it to you so you can see it. It's really pretty. The cabinets are done in light gray color. It's light colored, which I love,
You
and
just
my granddaughter knew that.
You put that good internet connection because we don't want to lose Bonnie on a hill as high as you can get it, overlooking everything. Please, thank you.
It's on a hill, and um, yeah, Mom knows. Mom need internet quick, and
Yep.
but there's not one speck of carpet all the way through it. Thank you, Lord.
Yep. That's the beginning to the humidity and allergy problem. You will start feeling relief because once I got my humidity down to around 55, whatever, and it even goes lower than that. It's amazing the difference in breathing. It's amazing.
Yeah, and that's my only requests were a walk-in shower, uh, no carpet, wood siding. Don't want the vinyl stuff that if hail hits it, it just is gone. Because we do have hailstorms pretty good here. And is there anything else?
The only thing with the wood is you're going to have to do, based on the sun beating on it and weather, you're going to have to do a seal of it or whatever, a stain of it every 3 to 5 years. That's the only reason I don't like wooden houses anymore. Because I had a cedar shake house and it was
kind of wood.
Barn paint. Barn paint.
What
Just
they use
basically
now
just
is
rust and some whatchamacallit, hide glue. Rust and hide glue. Barn paint.
hide glue. I don't think I've ever heard of that. Is it like chinking?
No, hide glue. Like for cowhide and stuff like that. You take
Oh,
rawhide and you boil it until it becomes goo.
ew. Okay, I thought horse hooves were glue.
You guys didn't know that there was like rawhide and paint?
No.
I mean, come on, like there's eggs in paint.
What?
Yeah. Depending on the type of paint, there's eggs in it, there's rubber in it, there's
What's the stuff that makes it mold proof? Because I got this stuff called Microban, and you can actually put it in a gallon of paint. It's a little tiny
that's like
container.
a special chemical. That's not necessarily like something that you just have to hand.
But there's mold-free paint or mold-resistant paint.
Yeah, there's several different types. One of them actually has been used for hundreds of years by people who build barns, and it's called barn paint. Literally, it's just hide glue and hide glue, water, and rust.
How many coats do you need?
Normally,
Yeah.
it does the stain and clear coat in one go.
Wow.
You just
Nice.
whitewash it, basically.
Nice.
Well, now they use hardy plank. When you ask for wood siding, it's hardy plank, and it's actually considered masonry.
Oh yeah,
And
the T111 stuff.
that's got like cement in it, and yeah. So, it's. I mean, I've been here for 5 years, same kind of siding, and there's no problems with it. It doesn't need to be painted or anything. It's
Must be Nasser in Texas, because in Georgia it gets burnt to shreds, and in New York it gets beat to shreds.
I got that T111 on the side of the house here, and The rats will eat right through it. And
Carpenter
Oh,
bees, boar bees. Oh yeah, love them.
yeah.
we don't have a problem with the bees with the T111, but the other problem that you get with T111 is it molds. You may not
Yeah,
see it
I
on
had to
the outside where it's
constantly.
painted, but on
Yeah,
the inside of the wall, it gets all moldy.
yeah, it's actually the like by the lake, it was the amount of rain. It was like the algae, the green algae was like coming up the bottom of my cabin and I was like, "Oh man."
We rarely get rain. It's been, I don't know how long since I've seen rain here.
Be very quiet because it could snow tonight, Bonnie. Shh.
Okay, no, I don't want it to snow because we did get down to freezing last night. I don't know what it's getting down to tonight, but
Y'all don't need one of those horrific snowstorms that just shuts everything down. You don't need that again.
I know we had that snowmageddon.
Yeah, that's what we call DAC, dead ass cold.
Yes.
That's a good one.
Yeah, I watched it go from 70 degrees that day to 5 degrees by 6 p.m.
That is, I think I've heard up to a 70 like degree drop. That's huge.
Yeah.
That's what killed my chickens. Actually, I only got two left.
Oh,
I'm
wow.
sorry, that sucks.
They
Yeah.
those two survived though, and we went through from I think it was. Let me see here. The day started off at about 80 degrees, and then it dropped down to about uh, 26.
Yep. I thought we were the only ones that got that weird weather, but, um, you know, I can remember some freak weather years ago. 84, we had 14 inches of snow. Um,
When I was there in
honestly,
1979, it was 108 one day, and then it snowed 3 days later on Christmas.
mhm.
See
Well, I
here.
don't know that we've ever had a white Christmas, but were you up north? North Texas
Dallas,
has, yeah, they
Carrollton, yeah, Carrollton outside of Dallas.
they have a whole lot different weather than we do where I'm at. Even it's it's really weird. Even
You're like desert.
I
Chuck is
remember.
talking about all that rain he keeps getting, and I'm like, I swear there's a line between us that it's just not coming here because we're not getting any rain at all.
Well, yeah, that's because the Rocky Mountains are in the way.
No, we don't have Rocky Mountains. Central Texas.
Oh, you're talking about Ronnie. I'm sorry.
Oh, uh, I was talking about Chuck because he's in East Texas
Oh,
and they're getting all the
Just why
rain.
I keep having a computer that doesn't have working speakers.
I'm sorry. And I know everybody keeps saying that I talk so low. Try to talk loud.
You sound good tonight. It was just the other night, the boys seemed like they were 3 times louder than the girls. I mean, I couldn't hear Stephanie. I couldn't hear Dee. I think she was up there for a little while. And then I couldn't hear you barely. And it was like, what did Chuck do? Turn everybody down?
Possibly. Well, Stephanie was having some issues with hers, I think, because um, I could barely hear her at the beginning, and then we couldn't hear anything. And then she finally just dropped off because we couldn't hear her at all. Or, no, she didn't even drop off. She just wasn't there. And I think Chuck removed her so she wouldn't feel bad if she. came back and it was closed. But yeah, I like to build stuff, but it just made more sense to spend less and get something already made, pre-made, than to try and find somebody. And they're so busy, the contractors, the construction workers that are still working are so busy. Well, I don't know if they are anymore. Nothing is selling here. My house has been on the market since April, and it's the cheapest in this area, the lowest price with half an acre, and they're just not selling because that's what people look for, more land. And the homes in town, they're going for like 400,000.
That's what mine is. Mine's a tiny one, and my neighbor's like, he goes, I just bought the one up the hill, and I was like, another one? And he goes, yeah. He goes, people buy them.
Yeah, and
I've had 985 hits on Facebook Marketplace in a week, and 7 saves and 2 shares or something like that.
well, and where you're at, it's a whole lot cheaper, I think.
Oh
I
yeah.
know, because I've been looking in those areas just to see what the prices run, and like Georgia and up
Georgia's nuts with taxes. You definitely don't want to go there. I couldn't afford there either.
oh really? But
Yeah,
it's so cheap to buy property and houses there.
yes, and what they do is like they're kind of just a big city with ad valorem tax. Oh, like if you get a new car to get it registered, it's like over $1,000.
What?
Yeah, and then if you get the car gets a year older, the next year it's $950. By the time the car is about 11 years old, you pay about $50, but it's called an ad valorem tax. And they have these little hidden taxes there, and sales taxes fairly low, but yeah, it's
Good grief.
I
I
did
guess
find out
that's probably,
the price of eggs today, because we all have been checking with that. Our Walmart is 18 eggs for $12.99. Our convenience store is buying them for $6.99, and they're just not making a profit and selling them for that price.
goodness. I can't see, it's so different here. It's like, okay, like land is $8,000 to $10,000 an acre. Um, homes are, if you can get one for under 300,000, you're doing really good. And mine is listed under 300,000. Sure.
Yeah, and they
And
don't here
but
they don't have tracks. I'm sure they probably have tract housing there, but here they can't build tracks because of the terrain. It's either a
yeah,
farm or it's a mountain home, or it's a combination of both, but it's never a tract house. There's no tract housing anywhere.
yeah. If we only have that like in the subdivisions or in town, but it's mostly ranches around here. Well, Ridge Runner, did you marry her? Just wondering.
I just thought of that song by Blake Shelton, The Boys Around Here. It's called Redneck. It's one of my favorite songs.
Redneck.
And then there's another one that says, what does it say? Something about Hell's Fire, or oh, he does another one with another country singer that's they're out hell right. It's called Hell Right. Instead of Hell Yeah, it's Hell Right.
Huh.
Okay.
It's just Blake Shelton going weird.
Hey, when has he not been?
I don't know, but he sure uh, switched up the women, didn't he?
Yeah, big time.
Oh,
I felt so sorry for her. She was so heartbroken. Oh, I think they had a baby together. Him, and I can't think of her name now. Duh,
Gwen Stefani?
that's the one.
Oh, he's already dumped her?
No, no, I was talking about the first one, heartbroke, and then he fell in love with her, and I think they did have a baby.
Oh, okay. I can't keep up with anybody famous. They just go through them like it's ridiculous. And but that's the way it is in my hometown too. That you have a population of 1,500. So if they stick to locals to date or marry or whatever, so you got best friends marrying best friends, spouses. It's crazy, and they get married like 5 times at least. Or
That's crazy.
Wow.
yeah, one of the girls I went to school with, she passed away a year or two ago, and my sister went to the funeral. And she said, yeah, all the ex-husbands were lined up there. And I was like, oh, that is, wow. I don't know. I can't imagine it.
We got about 2,500 people in our town, but there's big name families that own like large tracts of land and stuff. But I haven't heard about the. I do know like the smoke shop owner is married to the guy that owns the mechanic shop and that kind of stuff.
Oh, Delaware residents, and they were told by people in his administration that there's none at his beach house. So guess what they're going to do? They're now going to his beach home to search. Good. I was wondering when they would. I think I even saw Mr. T say something about that. Or aren't they searching all of their homes? Apparently, they have several.
Oh, he said right out that they missed a couple spots. I mean, he announced it so they could go. I mean, I listened to actual potato talk. I don't do that very often, but I did today.
Oh, wow.
It's all bread and circus. They just want you to look over here, look over here.
Yes.
They'll throw this guy under the bus because he's not doing what they want him to do, and then they're gonna, or he gave them a bad image, and then they're gonna go and put this shiny new person into place,
Plant
and
them.
then
Plant them. Just plant them in there.
yeah, no, this
Yes.
is why I sit back, I don't vote, and I just turn around and I talk shit about it because hey, my vote doesn't matter anyways.
And but I think it's because, and I saw it again today in an article about it, because every day they have to put an article up about these docs. They're really trying to keep our attention on the docs. And it's to pull us away from what else is going on, but also the charges are way less for the docs. Like they said that most times they don't even go to jail. There's no jail time for it. So I don't know why everybody's all excited about the docs, because what's it going to do? He's going to get a slap on the wrist. Oh well. But the other stuff that he's been involved in,
He might
that's what
be
they're
at the
taking your mind
senior.
off.
He might be at the spot in the senior center. We could only hope.
But they're taking
Those are white collar. Those are white collar crimes. I don't know why it's considered a white collar crime, because to me it's a damn genocide. But anyway, I don't know why, but they do have those kind of. I mean, you could tell by who's already there. They do have probably the posh living space, in that there.
Well, if it's a federal, yeah, it's a spot where
Yeah.
what was her name that used to do the cooking show? No, what I don't know if she did cooking show. Martha Stewart. That's it.
Yeah.
She was. It was nothing to her, and apparently that Maxine is in the same place because she can make phone calls, and she called somebody because of something that was said, or something that was said about the prince or whatever it is.
Well, maybe they rolled over real good. We can just maybe expect some more from it.
And see, that's the only thing that I could see if it came out of this is, okay, first of all, what is a senator doing with classified docs? To me, I don't think that should happen. Maybe not even a VP. I don't know, but if these linked up all the other stuff that was done that's way worse, then hallelujah. But I just think that it's to take our mind off of all the other worse things that were done that are a whole lot worse charges.
Yep. But the thing is, they're leaking out, and it's gotten to the point where the leakiness is in enough places that the people that there's going to be some that never wake up, but the people that still can wake up are actually a lot are they're questioning things now.
Yes.
They're realizing, hey, that's exactly what the girl on the other news station said, word for word.
Yeah. And um, that's there were two Dems that stepped up and they were saying something against him today that I saw. Hi, John Dunning. How are you?
Well, I think potatoes a very important thing too, and I just don't know how all that's gonna shake out, because they have to, at the end, if they run out of people, they do have to vote to put that person in. There has to be a vote. That's the one. They just can't pick a person and say, "Hey, this person's gonna be our president." They can't
Well,
do it.
what they're going to try to do is push up VP.
Well,
But
yeah, there's little things that these people. I'm hoping there's little things like skeletons that come out on people, and
well,
I'm
yeah,
hoping that
and she's
someone
one of those.
who's supposed to be there maybe gets a chance to.
I don't know.
It's looking
I
pretty
don't know.
dim. I know it's looking
I
dim.
know. And so it's why there needs to be a cleanup. But
Well, the good news
yeah,
is that other part is going on, and I believe that's why certain people are keeping out in the forefront and keeping invisible in the news and stuff, is because if if a miracle happens and if it's all brought out, it definitely takes longer to do it legally, and that's our quandary, is we're trying to do this legally, and we're fighting a big fight, but legal takes longer always, and we can't do it any other way.
yeah, yeah. We've seen how that's worked out for others. trying to do it another way.
Well, legal is normally the best way.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure there's been others that have done it another way, and for the most part, they've gone through hell for it.
Yep. And that's true, John. And that's why I really believe state levels, hit your reps, tell them, give them your list of grievances. I mean, mine's getting pretty long. The border is on there. There's several things, and uh, I think Abbott just needs to step up and do his job a little better. He keeps saying he's being held back by the federal part of it, but he could stop that if he wanted to, I think. And
They don't want us.
there's always secession, you know.
Yeah.
I
We saw
wouldn't.
how that worked out back in the 1800s. I mean, it
I
pretty
think
much
that
went
we've
like
built
you would expect if, nowadays if
right.
like Texas seceded or California seceded or
But see
the
that,
only states that legally have a claim to doing so.
yeah. But that's the thing, is okay. The border, for instance. Um, we see how well that's going with federal stepping in, and so they're really not doing anything. Where if Texas was allowed to take care of it themselves, it it would be bad because of the ones on the other side that actually own Mexico. Um, they're not playing games.
No, they're
There's
playing
been,
for keep.
yeah, it's a war down there. It really is. And so it would get a lot worse. But if it would, I still think it would be, well, I don't know. With everything that's come across already, it would probably be from all sides, all directions. I don't know. It would be a mess. It already is a mess. I don't
Put
see
it
any
this
way
way.
to
I just want
straighten it
to.
out.
I want to know what the unsigned document that we saw, the declaration of a bunch of jamokes. I really want to know what that means to us, if anything, or if it's just a bunk piece of paper that we got for a scare tactic or a PR opportunity.
The declaration. Um, I still have not seen that document, so I don't know.
I've got it, but like you said, it wasn't signed.
Okay,
You,
and
you didn't. Yeah, you didn't see it signed.
I have not seen a signed document. So, who 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 typed it up? Who wrote it? Where'd it come from?
Yep, that's what I want to know because it's all could be just a bunch of bunk.
Now, on the WhiteHouse.gov website, you can find their discussions, and yes, they're talking about doing that, but um, I mean, I don't see how a sitting president anywhere can
I know.
sign over their country.
I know. It's like it's kind of
I
like
don't
I guess.
see.
Didn't you say it was goods and services? So it was like kind of like a NAFTA kind of deal. Didn't it seem like that to you? It did to
If it
me.
happened, yeah, it would be, yeah, Mexico wants to grow their food over here, or um, have the food grown for them over here and then sent to them. And then I don't know what Trudeau wanted. I didn't.
I think he just wants. I think Sparkle Socks just wants to be seen.
Yeah.
I think that was just a photo opportunity, and all the stuff that they act like is so official never gets everybody upset, and doesn't happen anyway.
Yeah.
At least most of it, except it having to do with big budgets and just throwing money at other countries. We do that all the time.
We don't.
Yeah. Which goes
Well,
back to
not
what John was,
we, but
which
there's
goes back to
us.
what John was saying, that they're just taunting us.
Yeah, there's us, the U.S., and then there's the A's, as in whole people.
Yeah. See, but the funny thing is that everybody turns around and they say, "See what America's doing? See what America's doing?" They're like, no, hold up. See what our politicians are doing.
Yes.
And you guys want to take our guns away. You think that it's okay to take our guns away, but you see what our politicians are doing, and you know why we have those guns.
Which is why
I mean, come on.
Well, you know what they're doing at Davos. And that's the whole, what it comes down to.
Hello, John Dunning. Long time no see.
It's not just what they want to do here with 2 other countries. It's everywhere. Does that make sense? They want it all.
We are the sword and shield over
I
the
hope
world,
so.
really.
I don't know.
Well, we've been the sword and shield over the world for the last 75 years. And for that to be, that to be just swept away suddenly.
You don't see a week.
That's their main end goal. I mean, if there's no superpower that their whole goal and aim is to destroy tyranny, then they could do whatever they want.
Yeah. But you don't see a weakening here?
Yeah, I do.
I see we look weak to everyone everywhere.
Yep.
Well, we kind of are. I mean, if you look at all the equipment.
Oh, our butts hanging from a telephone pole for sure.
Well, I'll put it this way.
And where's all our
technology and equipment, all that a firearm, for that matter, is a force multiplier. If there's no force behind the multiplier, then there's no force multiplier. It's just a multiplier. You see how that works?
Yeah.
So you got to stop thinking about it as the equipment. It's the men in the equipment.
But, right.
Now, I don't know if you guys pay this close attention to this, but I kind of have to. It's a weird OCD thing for me. I pay attention to the world's militaries like a hawk pays attention to a mouse.
Mm-hmm.
And our major enemies on the world stage, without their equipment, could not hold a candle in the wind to us. It would literally be a massacre if we were to go minus equipment. Now, if we go equipment, all right, America has a very large, technologically advanced military. On top of that, we have one of the largest standard militias in the world. Sure, China has a much larger military, but
don't we have like militia of 50 mil bag ready to go?
We don't know the number.
Because I had heard that about a year and a half ago.
As far as the numbers on militia are concerned,
It's time for a song.
if you take away all of the disabled folks in America, then
People
we're looking
listen.
at well,
People listen.
yeah. See, I can't.
Trust me.
You're asking me
I
to
don't give
not.
any numbers.
Well, that's the whole thing. Numbers are my thing. I love numbers.
Yeah, but that's everybody's thing. And so some things, the less people know, the better.
Good point. But like I was saying, yeah, sure. There's other militaries that are larger than ours. Ours is the most technologically advanced. Ours is the world's largest standing militia, as well as the most technologically advanced military. So, in the event of some foreign nation attacking America, let's just be clear, it would be a very brutal but very short-lived war.
I used to think that, but things have changed. And
I used to think that, in the event of military conflict, the best thing that civilians could do is get out of the way.
well, yeah.
And then I actually did some watching and some learning on, Afghanistan and Iraq, just watching on the tubes and watching through, the internet and whatnot. We got our rear ends handed to us. All right, that's the most technologically advanced military in the world. Got our asses handed to us by a bunch of farmers, goat herders with pitchforks, RPGs, and 1950s Kalashnikovs. You want to tell me that we couldn't do a little bit better here in our own backyard? I mean, come on. We're at this point where technology is so advanced, yes, but so at the same pace, so has the guerrilla fighter.
Yeah.
Yes, there's nuclear weapons. What keeps people? What keeps the nations of the world from using nuclear weapons?
They don't even need to anymore.
It's not even that. It's
With
fear
what
of
they
nuclear
have.
reprisal. It's literally, I could use nukes, but then all these other people would be mad at me and they might use nukes on me. That's literally what stops everybody.
The fear of using nukes is caused by the fear of using nukes.
Exactly. That's why we don't use the big guns. Instead, we try to fight things on a different level. And we found out that the professional army, while it still may finally at some point claim the battlefield, that's without a professional army backing it, backing the opposition. And by, having an opposition of the militia backed by that technologically advanced army, because that's what would happen in the event of an invasion, it would not be the same thing as we saw in Afghanistan. It would be much quicker paced. It would be over very quickly. Whereas you're seeing in Ukraine, Russia can't even hold it, their own in Ukraine. And that's supposed to be a technologically superior and a numerically superior military against a conscriptive military and militias. And what's happening? We're watching Putin get beat back.
Let's just kind of put this subject a little bit to rest, that we just hope whatever happens, that both are in unison, working together in agreement of a mission, and that both show their expertise, or the experts show the others, what to do or whatever, if it does happen. All we can ask for is organization and just playing that 5D chess game right.
Yep.
Yep.
It is. It's literally warfare beyond the battlefield now.
Yeah, what this is the thing. I may be stupid and I probably should have looked it up, but when something goes kinetic, is that like something hitting critical mass? Is that kind of like the
When
gist?
things go kinetic, that's going from words to shooting.
Oh, okay. Alrighty.
Yeah.
Not always. It can be just taking down the grid.
That's what I
it's
thought.
still-
I thought it was multiple types of.
It's still going from threatening an action to committing an action.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, that's the term, going kinetic.
Because there
going
was
hot.
a stream that I watched where a guy was actually looking up words in a dictionary today, and then looking up the words in a very old dictionary, and it was quite interesting.
Oops.
It was quite interesting how the words have changed. I think one of the things he looked up was citizen. He looked up patriot. He looked up just simple words, and they've changed.
See, I stopped buying dictionaries when they put the word dough, like Homer's, exclamation of.
Yeah,
pain.
I got one of the ones that's at least 8-9 inches tall.
What did I do?
Yeah, I got.
Yeah, I stopped buying dictionaries when I saw that in there. I was like, okay,
There you
I'm
are.
Oh, you lost us. And nobody buy Bibles printed after 2022, because there are versions out. Well, I'm sure there's been many versions out, but our friends in our favorite country rewrote it, and it's now being published starting in 2022. So if you ever get your kid or someone a Bible, go to a thrift store, get something that's published before 2022, because they worked on it for 4 years and got it completed in 2022 and twisted everything.
Or did they?
Yeah. Well, Jesus got stoned, I think. So that's kind of twisted. I don't know how much more twisted you can get.
I don't think he got stoned. I think he got flogged and put to the crucifixion, which
Yeah,
is,
but this was another, and I'm bad with scripture, really bad. This was another book where someone got stoned. Was it John? Was it? Oh, I don't know who it was, but anyway.
James and Peter were both crucified. In fact, I think all the apostles were crucified.
Yeah, but I mean, there was a stoning in there, and it was a major part of the Bible, and Jesus is now the one that supposedly is in that part.
Oh,
Yeah.
No, it's Christ steps forward and says, "Let he who has not sinned cast the first stone." I know that particular parable.
No, I know that, but I thought there was an actual stoning. There got to be.
Yeah, no, it was a commonplace thing. If you were accused of adultery, or if you were accused of
Theft or something.
No, theft was the taking of a hand, and then taking of another hand, and then taking of the head.
I heard they did that. I heard they did that in like Switzerland or Sweden all the way up until like a decade ago. They were still doing that. You lose a hand if you steal, and that's why nobody stole.
That's a good way of putting it, and it'd keep you from trying to steal now, wouldn't it?
Yep.
But,
Just like Kennesaw,
no.
Georgia. Kennesaw, Georgia decided, unless you got a religious exemption, they decided everybody in the town was going to have a pew pew. And they did this years ago. And I just thought it was really cool. And the crime rate is like 0. Nobody gets taken out in that place because everywhere you go, you'll get taken out.
Yeah,
it works. It actually
it's not
works.
a small town, but it's a small-ish town.
Yeah. Kennesaw. I actually went to technical school in Kennesaw, Georgia.
Like I said, it's not a small town. It's a small-ish town.
The way I look at Atlanta is one gigantic city with suburbs that go out. They used to go out 30 miles and be considered country after 30 miles. Now you have to go 60 to 80 miles to be considered country.
Goodness. So they have a pretty good sized population.
Their airport is the size of Rochester, New York. I believe, what's the last I heard?
Wow.
Millions, just millions. 10, 12, I don't even remember because I lived there in the 90s. That's when I moved away. It's got to be huge because it's done nothing but grow, and they've done nothing but build freeways since 1970 something, and they've never stopped. Oh, it's cold here, y'all. It's cold. It's cold in this little house. No, that's the thing. Get some good heat, Bonnie, because I know it doesn't get cold there a lot, but get some good heat with those no carpets, okay?
Oh, I am. Don't worry.
You think it's cold in Texas right now?
And I make bread.
I'm up here in
No, it's not. It's
northwestern
not cold
Oregon.
here yet. Oh yeah.
What's the weather there like?
Well, let me put it this way. I was just outside smoking a cigarette, and whenever I smoke cigarettes, I have a over salivation. I gleek a lot. And so I spit it out. And I was spitting, and it was cracking, like freezing and cracking before it hit the ground.
Did you say you bleed?
Gleek.
Oh, gleek. I don't think I've heard hocker, but I've not heard gleek.
It's a where your salivatory glands, what makes your spittle in your mouth, it's where you get an overproduction.
Do you wake up dribbling? Is that what you're telling us on your pillow?
Oh, I drool all the time. I'm not too proud to say.
Quit hanging around those dogs so much.
No, it's been a problem since I was a little kid. That's why every now and then you'll see, like, if I'm on panel and I've got my camera on or whatnot, you'll see me sit there and wipe my mouth or something.
I got the opposite. I got the postnasal drip. It's called silent reflux. Instead of it coming up from the esophagus, up like a reflux does, it comes down from the sinuses as infection, drains down the back of your throat. So there's really not much you can do about it. And I've had that forever. And I believe that this current health situation that I'm in, I might have found out the answer as to why. And that would be great because I've been, like you said, dealing with this my whole life. After I eat, I've always got phlegm in my throat after I eat every single meal. And I'm like, why? Like, what the heck is going on here?
Black Watch is over there. TMI, 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 and more TMI.
Oh, TMI. He's giving us some TMIs that we were just jaw dropping.
We're gonna share somebody that's streaming. So if y'all don't mind muting, I'm gonna mute and I'll share it.
Okay.
See what y'all think about this.
Mr. Barnes, are you ready?
Yes, sir. I'm ready.
You
Make sure you're in live chat and not top chat too, Bob.
Yes, here we
good
go.
call, good call.
This song is for you guys and also people in the panel and people in the chat box. Emian. May ko shoutout sa Emian. We sat alone 1,000 times before. Been to the wall. Always found somewhere to turn. There was always more to learn. We reached the end. Almost closed the door. Some went within. Never can remember who. All I know is that we found the strength to make it true. Love always finds a way. When the clouds have known the silver lining, she come to shine. And love always seeks the light through the darkness nights. In the small ways, love always finds a way. Holding you near after the storm is past, it become clear. With all the tears that finally dry. No matter how the fool may try to turn the tide, love always finds a way. When the
What?
What?
That was pretty cool.
I forgot that they do karaoke night. No, it's like, but I thought that Miss D was gonna sing because they popped her up on screen and it wasn't her. She's pretty good. She's got one of those
He
fine
was
enhanced voice.
he was pretty good. He was pretty good.
Yeah, they all are. Kind of surprised Craig's up there. Can Craig sing? Sorry, Craig, if you hear me.
So yeah,
Thank you,
what was
Kino.
that you're saying?
Yeah, I hang out there sometimes. They are a great bunch of people. No, no serious talk. Just singing and playing music and playing games and
I like how Bonnie can redirect the chat when we start talking about things that Black Watch gets offended by. Just kidding.
I don't think it's just Black Watch.
Yeah. it was time to break up the. But anyway, you started it, Blaine. It's all your fault.
No, it's not. Okay, I'm gonna play y'all a song. You can mute now too.
Okay.
That is not it. Nope. Sorry about that. Wrong one.
Ladies and
where they-
gentlemen, please stand by. We are experiencing technical difficulties.
Yes, we are. Goodness, it's all the trailer, and I know she does the song. Where'd she go? Mm. It's all the trailer. Okay, maybe this one live. No, I'm telling y'all, it was
That was a darn good song, man.
really. You like that?
It was Kiss.
Well, it wasn't Kiss.
Give it up. Give it up.
Well, it may have been Kiss. I don't know. I don't know who it was. Oh, all they keep showing me is the movie. I don't want the movie.
Put down, add like theme song or add just add the word song to it or song from movie. Just search for it in a little different way.
Well, they're showing people who are singing it, but here she is. Okay, got it. That's the sound I want.
Was nothing but a Friday night. You told me you loved me and it just felt right. Didn't take more than a couple of weeks. I got the news in the ladies' room at the BP. Little pink plus and there wasn't no guessing. We're gonna have us a shotgun wedding. Ain't cause mama didn't raise me right. Ain't cause daddy didn't try. Two boy kids on a Friday night. Got to kissing in the dark in a parking lot. Calling up family, I'm a making plans. Give me a hand-me-down wedding band. Ready or not, daddy's gonna give his blessing on the shotgun wedding. My white dress might be hard to shake.
That's too loud.
But still gonna be my perfect day.
Is that better?
And on the redneck side of the room, there might even be a shotgun or two. Backyard's gonna be the perfect setting. We're gonna have us a shotgun wedding. Ain't cause mama didn't raise me right. It ain't cause daddy didn't try. Two boy kids on a Friday night. Got to kissing in the dark in a parking lot. I'm calling up family and we're making plans. Give me a hand-me-down wedding band. Ready or not, daddy's gonna give his blessing on a shotgun wedding. You can make a lot of plans, but you can't plan life. Hey, cause mama didn't raise me
Had to play that because somebody last night said shotgun wedding, and I said, yeah.
I noticed that white wedding title. I laughed.
It's all right. It's all good now. I got a new son. And fixing to be a new grandson. I'm excited about that.
Family reunion, like you, for you, is going to be like you're going to have to hire a professional photographer.
The funny thing is, no one likes their picture taken. So,
Sounds about like my family. I think they got we got drug out like one time to do one of those photos, with the stepmom and dad and stepsisters and me and my brother. And yeah, one time. And then we ended up going to a Chinese dinner afterwards and fighting about what everybody was going to order.
what's to fight about? You order what you want?
No, it's just when I don't know what it was, but we just had all of us wanted different things. And I said, it was real easy because I was kind of the peacekeeper in the family anyway. And how about one of these? How about one of those? And about two of those because most people like it. And then they're like, oh, okay.
Oh, so y'all did a big table thing.
Yeah, if they're going to drag us out to take a picture, they better feed us. I think I was like, I don't know, maybe 19 years old.
That's what my mama said. Her favorite restaurant is Chili's now. She kind of switches around, so she was like, "Well, we're taking him out to eat after the wedding." I said, "Okay," and I did video the wedding ceremony with the pastor. We prayed like 4 times. It was really neat. I really liked the way he did it, and just the whole thing, like the lecture and everything.
The timing worked out really well too, I'd say. The timing worked out well as nothing happened, nothing went wrong.
Yes, but it was so big. I kept trying to figure out how to send it to my daughter, and I finally found a way. But
I think about like computer compression and videos and all that stuff. I think the guy next to you on panel has a lot of information if you ever need to know stuff.
about what?
Like videos or compressing files to be smaller to send, or I think he's a computer literate.
Oh, okay. They kept trying to get me to trim it, and I said, no, I don't want to cut any of it out. I won't just want to send it. But Facebook Messenger let me. They wouldn't let me email it. They wouldn't let me text it. They wouldn't let me. It was, and I don't know. It seems like I should have been able to do it through Google, but anyway, she has it. And Anna, that is awesome. And nobody has said any updates about Jeff B.
Where's Mr. Chuck tonight?
And who was the other one? Lord, let's see. Chuck, Mondays are his game night.
Oh,
And
that's
I
right.
forgot about that. Yep. And then Carl's still not real sure of his internet. He has it working, but I'm sure he's probably not wanting to chance it. Oh, you called him up. There's Chuck.
It's that power of suggestion.
I'm telling you, there's been times when I've mentioned somebody and poof, there they are.
I told you we got this radar thing amongst each other.
Hey, that's a good song too. Radar Love.
Oh yeah, definitely. Been working all night, my hands wet on the wheel. I know too many lyrics. That's my problem. I'm gonna have to karaoke at some point. I'm gonna have to just go ahead and get rid of my fright because I've sang a little bit. I mean, Virginia Roots and I had to sing like one night because somebody fell asleep on panel.
So you had
There he is. There is his ceiling.
there's his corner.
What y'all doing?
Hey, Jack. How are you?
Right, they just all left.
Is your
My
son
grandson
doing?
woke up in there on the couch and he pissed. He didn't want to say bye or nothing. He just wanted the root beer and he wanted to leave.
Oh,
He's like, he wakes up, he's not pleasant.
yeah. That's the way my granddaughter is. How old is he?
9, huh?
Oh, he's 9. Yeah.
I guess he told Andrew bye and stuff. He didn't come back here. He's like, with a little coat on, looking at everybody, looking at Jason. He's like I'm ready to go.
Is your son doing better?
I guess we talked to him for a while today. Somehow or another, he smacked himself or hit himself or something and broke one of his fingers, and he's got knots on his side of his head. He hit himself. Fucking pissed off. I'm like, you don't need to be drunk being that way.
Oh my goodness. He sounds so much like my son. One of my sons.
I ain't gonna hurt myself over nobody. I love them and all. I'll hurt somebody else over them, but I'm not gonna go beating on myself or try to shoot myself.
We'll go beat on someone else, but not myself. Chuck, we need to talk.
For those I love, I'll do great and horrible things. That's it. I even got a little thing in here somewhere of that.
Well, this one's going to have to be deleted because I
Why?
sent it all out all wrong.
What happened?
I was trying to play this video about positivity. This man was talking about living water, and he said, "You don't believe water lives?" He said, and he's a physicist or something. I don't know what he is. And he said they took 2 petri dish. Is that what they're called?
Yeah.
Okay. And on one they wrote something positive, and on the other one they wrote something negative. They poured water into those dishes, and the and then I think they froze it. And he said, so while it was melting, then the one with the positive had these pretty looking snowflake things and everything, and the negative one, and now I can't remember what the negative one did, but it was a complete opposite of the other one.
But you know what I realized though? This has been the biggest test, at least for me, if not for everybody in chat and here, the biggest test of negativity fighting that I've ever experienced, and to the point where it wears some down to negative.
Yes,
And
and
that's
that's what
when we,
his point was.
yep.
That um, he said, can a petri dish read or feel or anything? How can this be possible? But then, so he said, we can read, we can hear, we can see. And so it was like those things that we're doing like that can bring on that negative feeling, energy, whatever you want to call it.
They
And
like to use it
that,
like to use the word manifest, and I just think that means create it as a reality.
So, right quick, I wanted to go to your last point, Debs, on the. Damn it, I lost it.
The negativity draw down.
Yeah, okay. So, human beings are warlike creatures, and because of that, we utilize those things that make us feel bad as weapons. Um, that is called psychological warfare. Ladies and gentlemen, the internet is a masterclass in how to beat psychological warfare.
Yeah, I've
Thank you for
definitely
playing.
learned some psychological lessons on here.
That's it's good as well. You know, what you take away is really the important part. I was just pointing out that when it comes down to it, being on the internet, having part of your life here, this is a master class on being able to deal with other people's BS and being able to tolerate it in your life. Because what people say, it should matter to you about as much as the fact that it's coming out of a computer screen.
yes,
That's what I
somewhat.
tell a lot of people a lot of the time. I said, what somebody else's opinion of me is none of my business.
Right. It's not your opinion, it's theirs.
Yep.
And the other thing that when you don't think just because you're thinking about someone else that they're thinking about you.
Yeah,
True.
that's true. That happens.
You can do 100 things for somebody. The 101st time they ask for help, or you can't help them, you're the biggest piece of shit they ever seen. Excuse my pun, but
Yep, I actually had that happen in the recent past, and it's like I don't give expecting in return ever, but I expect a good friendship to be a little bit reciprocal if needed. You know what I mean? If one has, just like a husband and wife, one's sick, the other one's not, they take care of each other, vice versa.
I'll put
Exactly,
it to you
Deb.
like
Thank
this.
you.
Huh?
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay. The way as I look at it,
we are all just basically fish floating around in a pond, and we need to stop looking at it as who's the bigger, badder fish by which one's got the prettier colors. Just saying. You need to stop
Well,
looking at the outside and start thinking about, I'm not affecting anybody because it's up to you to listen to me. If you don't listen to me, that's up to you. That's on you. The way I
exactly.
look at it is if you are going to affect me, it's because I choose to let you or what you are saying affect me. If
Yep.
I don't allow it to affect me, it's not going to. It's not going to do me any good or any bad.
Yep.
So it's all down to the psychological side of things. You dictate what affects you.
But then we have this thing called empathy, and that can get in the way.
Yes, it can, if you let it.
And sometimes we waste that empathy on people we shouldn't.
I know, and it can wear you out to the point where you don't even know, and then you find yourself crashing and burning, and you're going, "Oh my gosh!"
Huckleberry. But
Hey, Huck,
is it
it is.
wasted on people? We shouldn't.
You can't, Bonnie, you can't make an adult do it. A grown person, I can't even say adult, make a grown person do anything they don't want to. So once you hit a certain point, it's like, it's kind of like the way Alcoholics Anonymous does anymore. If you're in there and I'm in there and all of us are in there and one of us decides we're going to go out and get drunk, yeah, we'll try to stop and say, no, nothing you can do to stop me. I'm going to do what I'm going to do. And be like, good luck. Here's your $10. First one's on me. Come back when you're ready to get your head right.
Hey, Benjamin. Okay, but I think it means more like loving others. It like we're told to do, and so it's
You can love everybody, but you don't have to like their ways.
I guess it's
yes,
knowing when to hold them and when to fold them, kind of with people. Like when they ask for your help, you give it to them. A lot of people try to give help without being asked, and it doesn't always get received well. But yeah, the bottom line is to get along.
Hey, Ben.
very good wildlife.
Certain times with the way a lot of people are, they got to reach the bottom before they even think about getting back to the top. So
I think we've all been through some situations where we've had just about everything ripped away. Most of us in our life, anyway.
Yes, and so it's up to you how you rebuild that.
yeah,
Yes,
And
you have to look in yourself before you start looking outside of yourself. And that's the one lesson that everybody should have learned in the last 3 years.
hey, Michelle. Yes, and that's where we make choices, and that's. I mean,
It's all lessons. It's just all lessons, a life of lessons.
I tell my wife the kids are going to do what they're going to do. I try to help them, try to get them to listen. They get upset, pissed off, whatever. I was like, well, I can love them from right over here.
yeah,
You can't learn until you make mistakes. Even falling on your face is a step ahead.
mhm.
I try to tell them all the time. I'm not trying to tell you you're stupid. I just done a lot of stupid shit.
I wipe the stove now.
All right, thanks.
Echo.
Hello.
How are you?
Doing all right.
Good.
How are you? But
We
I
be
don't know what
chatting.
I just interrupted. I had to reset my StreamYard thing.
Oh,
So I walked in on something. What were you guys talking about?
We can't say now you're here. You might get upset.
Well,
We're
before you guys were talking about uh like NC Dubs mentioned manifesting things. If I can go back to that subject a little bit, we have to realize that a lot of us have had to, throughout our generations, learn English. Where we live, we speak English. And that particular language happens to have a lot of manifesting words that are considered spelling. You spell words. Some of these words can mean things when they're turned backwards, and they can be very negative. So I just wanted to come up and mention that because a lot of people don't realize that.
true.
Almost everybody's destination is the same place. Pretty much is to be happy, have a happy family, everything to be okay, to be left alone, that kind of thing. But like even Pappy used to say, all the paths to get to that place ain't the same.
Yes.
Yeah, and
Yep.
the other thing is every word, each person has a different meaning for based on their life experience with that word.
Um, I don't know. Where Bonnie played that video about the snowflakes or the frost that formed
That's
on
the
the
one I
peach
was
tree.
supposed to play, and I played the wrong one.
Oh, okay.
What you
It
play one
forms
bad
on a
guy.
petri dish. I don't know if you guys have ever seen, but there are videos out there where they show the difference in snowflakes and frost in areas where there's like loud city noise compared to a place where it's just quiet and there's like no background noise.
Yes.
The snowflakes are much prettier where there's not a lot of terrible noise and stuff like that. You can use tuning forks and things like that to make nice noises, and things can happen. You can feel better with certain tones. There's those Turkish bowls that people listen to that give off a certain sound, and these things can create positivity. But I know we've all discussed that kind of stuff, like the
Rain
hertz
sticks and stuff like
frequencies.
that. Yep, the frequency healing. Yep. I've actually listened to one last night that was really good. And I also like there's a guy named Michael Seeley, and he's I guess he would be considered a regular psychologist or something. But what he does is he does sleep meditations, and his voice is so calming and so soft that I mean, when I have trouble on the worst of the worst nights, he usually can put me to sleep just by just speaking about positive. It's all positive.
Yep.
Like, get,
Sometimes it's hard to pull that out of yourself when you're around constant negativity. You know what I mean? I suffer from depression. It's usually a seasonal thing.
oh, yeah. And this is the time right now, but we also can get wrapped up. Matt Chad did a good video, I think it was last night or the night before, talking about how we can get in our own heads when our own heads are the only ones that are there. In other words, when you're alone in a house where your head can take you.
Well, I think a lot of people are
Yes.
conditioned too. I mean, different words like with having post-traumatic stress syndrome and everything, different things can set a mood in a person and bring back a reaction. And it's like being there. All of a sudden, you feel this tension in your body, and to learn to read your body really makes a big difference. I thought some music was starting for a minute. Train, take me on out of this place.
Here's y'all a
Man, I
link.
love Blackfoot. I love them.
Here's y'all a link of the guy that built this off-grid cabin. It's one of my favorites that I look at if anybody's interested in watching stuff like that.
I like those tiny houses.
That's what this is, a small cabin, tiny house, whatever. It's like a front, you walk in, it's like a little bitty living room. He's got a heater in there. Then he's got a next room, I guess is going to be his kitchen. I hadn't caught up. I'm a few behind. And then he's got a loft up the top part, I think, is what he's putting in it. But it's isn't probably a whole lot bigger than this back room, maybe the back room and the room next to it. So it's maybe 15 by 30.
Wow. It's a big room.
But this is this room and the utility room together. This room's probably 15 by 20, 12 by 20, something like that.
When I'm in is 14 by 23, and it's huge.
I need to take my ear ringing poll that I take every once in a while when I'm on panel. Has anybody had any earrings or headaches or anything like that lately?
My ears have been so
No.
much up with sinuses, they jump back and forth.
You should buy me a shirt that says "Raised Right" with an elephant on it.
Andrew wants to get him a shirt that says "Raised Right" and have an elephant on it.
No, I had ringing in my ears for 2 days, and today is the first day I didn't have ringing in my ears.
You finally answered it.
Ha ha.
I know I'm full. You're like Cheech and Chong, maybe think, I hear you knocking, but you can't come in.
That ringing in your ears that just ended yesterday? Yeah, that was somebody at the front door. You know, they're ringing the doorbell, and you keep ignoring it, thinking that you're hearing things.
Yeah, funny. I don't have a doorbell.
I'm joking, of course.
I know that.
What's weird is mine happens when I lay down. It gets really bad, and that's what's so strange. I mean, I do have an ear infection. Don't get me wrong. There's a reason for my ear ringing, but it has been to the point of freight train at some point, and I've never had tinnitus in my life, or an ear infection for that matter.
Ben says his ears are ringing. His nose is running. It sounds like somebody's talking about their puppy or something. 'Cause I'm imagining a cold, wet nose. A hunting dog? No, I'm kidding. Ears are ringing. See where my mind goes?
I've got this fun little experience. when I
Always
was
to
about,
the
like,
dogs.
7, maybe 8 years old. I got this really fun experience while hunting. You know, where your hunting partner swings around with a shotgun, aiming at a duck, and he shoots not a foot from your head.
Oh,
Yeah, that happened to me.
Auntie, I got that, man. I'll check him out. Yeah, my dad did that years ago. Matter of fact, I got my great grandfather's shotgun here. He was using that. We're walking out in the woods, just going to go out and he was showing it to me, let me shoot it and stuff. It's an old 1860s double barrel. It's a Damascus rat barrel. And anyway, rabbit jumped up. When it jumped up, I was walking next to him and he stopped. And then I stopped almost even with the barrel. So he kind of put his hand on my shoulder. When he shot, shit, it took me 2 years to get rid of that ear ringing.
Oh my gosh.
Hey,
I've only seen somebody take a when you swing back to hit a golf club, to hit a golf ball. I knew somebody that actually swung back and whacked somebody in the head.
oh my goodness.
when I was growing up, we lived on a farm by Marshfield, Wisconsin, and there was an old silo. It wasn't a working farm anymore, but my dad said, go in the silo and clap your hands. There's a bunch of pigeons up there. I'm going to shoot them. So I went in the silo to clap my hands to scare them out of there. Well, Dad was standing just a little too close to the silo. Talk about how loud that was. Both my ears were ringing.
Yeah,
And then,
that's
then
why
I,
you go by echo.
then a couple years ago, my son was. Oh, it's been more than a couple, about 6, 7 years ago, 8 years ago, maybe even more. My son was living in Missouri. Went up there to see him and the grandbaby, and I had my AR with me. And they wanted to shoot it, so we took it on the back of the property. And I was standing on his left side. I was telling about just explaining something, and I turned around to walk off. As I did, on that side, there's a vent on those that when the explosion happened, it vents out that side. Well, I was just even with it where it hit, blew my ear, blew my bandana off my head. And that's now my left ear that's always ringing.
Wow.
I think all my eardrum. I'm wondering, I don't remember if it was my right or left ear when my dad did it.
Wow.
I have a problem with my right ear because I went to a 4th of July thing by a lake, and there's a big, huge county park there. There's an island in the middle of the lake that they go and they shoot all these fireworks out of there because it just looks so pretty over water, you know. On the way back to my car, somebody threw something to the right of me, and I thought it was a cigarette at first, you know, that someone tossed the butt towards me. But it was still kind of sparking, and I'm like, uh-oh, and I tried to sidestep really fast. It was a quarter stick. And that thing, my ear has never been the same since then. And that's the first explosion. The next explosion that happened towards my right ear was working at when I worked at a plywood factory when I was younger. They were down in a pit. These guys were working down in a pit underneath where they were going to set a big old press over the top of a big steam press. And they were doing some welding and everything, and they walked away to go to lunch. They came back to start the welder back up. They hadn't turned off the gas, and it was running down into that deep hole that they were in, which was all in concrete casing. When they lit that and that went boom, I was standing there when that happened. And it just about knocked me off my feet. And I've just had problems with my right ear ever since.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it blew one of the guys right out of the hole.
Wow.
Not cool. But yeah, so I have like a problem with the eustachian tube and everything else, but doctors are like, if we go in there to do anything to it, we're probably going to do more damage than you already have. You might as well leave it. Because you can still hear at this point. It's just I get a lot of pain in there. And sometimes certain noises and everything will just really hurt.
Yeah, my second son had to have tubes put in his ears when he was young, and it took a long time for his right. He can. Well, he says, well, I don't know. I know that at that time they said that he had lost 25% of his hearing.
Yeah, Blackwatch. Yeah.
Yep.
Toothaches are terrible, man. When I fell on that post and all them teeth shot down my throat, the infection after that was just terrible. Oh my goodness. That was right up there with having a dry socket. That was bad.
I feel for you. She showed me a picture of the post.
Yeah, there was no more point on it after that.
Wasn't it a 2x4?
4x4 post that's got like the
3x4.
triangular cut on the top of it like a pyramid. Yeah, Judy went out, looked at it, and she's like, there is no more point on there. I'm like, no, it hit my two top front teeth and the bottom ones all at the same time. Everything just went shot down, and then I landed on the gate, cracked my ribs. My
Goodness.
nose was all bruised up. I come in the house holding my hand over my mouth, and I pulled she's like, what's the matter with you? And I pulled my hand away, and I said, I think that left a mark. And of course, I didn't have front teeth, so blood was like when I was talking. And she's like, what did you do? You hurt my Anna.
Pretty good.
Yeah, pretty good. No dentists would mess with it. You have to go to an oral surgeon. Well, I didn't have any, so I had to pay these dentists cash. They wouldn't take care of anything because I didn't have insurance. So I got passed off to this one, passed off to that one, ended up in the emergency room with infection I don't know how many times. And then finally my roommate said when I was in the emergency room, when side of my face looked like a basketball, she said, if you guys don't do something for her right now, I'm taking you to Live Action News, and they're going to report on this. And I'm going to get you guys a whole lot of publicity, because I know when you guys have someone come in that's been in an auto accident, you can send them or had damage to their face, you can send them to a surgeon. So after 3 shots of morphine and a whole IV bag of antibiotics, they sent me emergency right down to a oral surgeon. They cried. This guy and this gal worked together for 20 years, and they cried. They said they'd never seen anything so bad. They did a bunch of work, put me on a bunch of dope, and 2 days later I was in having everything pulled out of my mouth. And they actually had to grind bone away with a file and stuff and just grind because there was so much calcification in areas already. It was terrible, I guess. And now I can't find a pair of dentures that fits or works worth a darn. and somewhere in this is gonna kill you guys. Somewhere in the St. Croix River north of Toulouse, probably south of there now, there's a fish probably got a pretty nice smile because I lost one set of dentures in the river.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, that was funny as heck. Oh.
I can just fish too.
It's a long story. We brought a lunch along, and there was seeds in the bread.
Yeah.
So I took my baggie and poured some water in the baggie and put my teeth in it and stuck it in the cooler. And the guy that we went to a little bit of an island by a dam. And this guy slipped on the rocks when he was carrying the cooler up onto the island. We were going to all have another picnic up there. And there went my dentures in that baggie floating down the river.
Oh my goodness.
Anyway, I'll shut up and let someone else talk.
My mom flushed hers down the toilet, and my dad was yelling at how much it cost.
Oh no.
I was going to say, that's an expensive loss.
Yep, she had it balled in a Kleenex like she always did. She was like a chipmunk. And Yeah, she threw the Kleenex and she goes, "Oh no!" as it was flushing
What?
down. He was ready to like rip the toilet out.
What? Tonic. Sit up. She like me sweet.
I'm gonna do a panel sound check tonight. Grab the link, Black Watch, whenever I close up. And we'll do it
What
back.
is it?
He wants to see if his mic's different now.
Is it a magic mic? Because he's bad.
I never could watch that. I just couldn't.
Okay, shit.
You want to hear?
Got
Do
a
you want
camel Carl.
Do you want to hear how crazy I am? I just decided to put one of my phones in the bathroom on a radio station so that it would sound like someone else is in the house. How crazy am I?
Not.
So as long as you ain't arguing with yourself, when you talk and answer, that's fine. But arguing is where I draw the line.
Chuck, if you supposedly ask yourself a question and answer it, it means you have money in the bank.
Well, shit, then I ought to be loaded. But I talk to myself when I'm working on things and tell myself the ideas that I had. And
Uh-oh.
hey, Carl.
I said you weren't crazy. She's a drop. So, Carl, you just woke up. Well, your hours are worse than mine right now.
You know what? Coffee puts me to sleep. Maybe that's what I should be using. Night meds.
Does it?
When Wyatt was a kid, you can give him like a Hershey Kiss or a Tootsie Roll or something. The next thing you know, you'd find him over curled up on the couch asleep. If he was all high strung, wouldn't go to bed or whatever, Vic could give him a little treat and he'd go to sleep.
That's why I don't like candy.
Unless it's Reese's or some shit Tootsie Rolls, you like them.
Tootsie Rolls and gummy worms.
Does that look delicious?
Looks like pork
Come here,
chops.
turn the fucking light on.
Calm down. Andrew made himself some pork chops. Don't that look delicious? Where's some knockout?
Okay, Black Watch, you're gonna make me hungry. Stop talking about trout.
When I was a kid, Mom used to make this baked turbot with butter, and I don't know where to get that. I've looked for it again to try to copy it, mimic it, but I don't know if that's a fish that's not fished anymore, or just ain't in the right spot to find it, or isn't turbot a ocean fish?
I think so.
I don't know. I never heard of it.
It used to be a really thick, really super pure white looking fillet. Mom would get them to have them. They'd be about 3/4 of an inch to an inch thick.
Half the fish I catch at the ocean, I don't know what it is. I know what a gaff top is, and I know what a red is. I know what a stingray is.
Really, my favorite ocean fish are flounder. Used to, as a kid, I remember they had Ponderosa steakhouses, and they had a fried flounder fillet. I didn't want a steak when we went there. I wanted that. That shit was awesome.
Which one is it? Which one is it that shows up in schools just every so often?
In the ocean?
Yeah.
I can't
Cam
Wow.
and Carl, every once in a while I crave kippers.
Yeah, I like smoked kippers. Give me some Captain's wafers or some club crackers. And
Do not give Rich Runner coffee.
I like blackened, what is it, orange roughy? That's
I've
pretty
heard
good.
of it, never had it.
Did our battery die? Any Jeff, did you see one? Oh, yep, there's yours.
Yeah, she showed up. Oops. Hey, chat.
Did you hit the wrong button or phone die?
I didn't want those things.
What?
Bluetooth big things.
I'm in the middle of this. I have no clue. Let's see. There they are.
I need one to go. My teeth are a little swollen. Being at state yesterday.
Bonnie,
on it.
have you?
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Go ahead, because Chuck's busy anyway.
Have you ever? Do you have Snapchat?
No.
My daughter got me
You hear that load?
to have Snapchat so she can send me Snapchats.
Yeah, that was attention.
So tonight she's doing a bunch of lip sync songs with silly, the silly faces and everything else.
Aw.
So she was doing a lot of "I Miss You, Mama," and it was got a little tear jerky a little bit because she's like, "This is the song that I always think of you," and stuff like that, And
Sweet. Awesome.
And then we shared some native songs we like back and forth a little bit. So she was doing a little powwow out in her garage.
I thought maybe Bonnie hit the button and said, this will get people off my chat.
No. Deb, if you want back up, let me know.
I know you wouldn't do that. Maybe to me.
Nah. So you have a computer that you do this on, right?
Huh?
You have a computer that you do this on, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Down at the very bottom where it says type here to search.
Oh, wait, hold on. On what? The computer itself or the
Yes.
stream or?
If you look down at your, like there's a toolbar across the bottom, right?
Yeah, at the bottom left it says search.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there a dessert sitting in it?
Yeah, it looks like a piece of pie.
Yeah. I have noticed they've been doing that. So I'm sitting here looking at this strawberry pie and I'm thinking, what the heck? Like, I'm not eating enough of these vanilla wafers already. Why are they keep putting different desserts in that search bar?
Yeah, I just clicked it and it changed to something else now. Looks like a globe and some books now.
Oh, well, I keep seeing food.
Bonnie, what brand of frosting is it that you like?
Betty Crocker, whipped vanilla. It's got to be whipped.
I looked at it today before I went to the post office and I couldn't remember what kind you liked, but we do have Betty Crocker whipped up here. So, okay, now that I know, I better go write it down.
No, if it's in Walmart, don't even bother.
No, it's not in Walmart. It's in our grocery store.
Oh, okay. It's probably okay, but the That's what we figured out. Remember whenever I said they did something to my frosting and it tastes like bleh? Well, if we get it at Walmart, it does taste like bleh. But if we get it at HEB, it's fine. It's really weird.
Probably because Walmart leaves it out in the weather. It either gets real hot or real cold or whatever, and it ruins it.
Yeah, there's different way of transporting it or something. I don't know what they do.
And two, with them, you don't know how long it's, I mean, been in stock wherever they got it from.
Yeah.
I remember as a kid, there used to be banana cake mixes and a banana cake icing. Mom used to make banana cake like that. And I used to love that shit. But it was the icing you had to mix up, and of course, you know how cake mix works. But they did away with so many of them.
Just makes buttercream,
Yep.
banana.
I want to say it was Betty Crocker made the icings too. Somebody told me if you find a bakery goods store, maybe you could still find that kind of stuff. But I've made homemade banana buttercream, but you can still, if the bananas ain't just right, you can taste the bitterness like from the skin or the.
Oh, I'm making noises because you just made me think of something. Bonnie was talking about the vanilla wafers. Carl's always talking about the bananas and banana pudding or vanilla pudding, whichever, with nano or those vanilla wafers.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
picked up enough to make a few batches, so I have some stored away.
You know what's good too? You find
There you go.
the banana pudding in the little cups. What are the name of those?
Snack packs?
Yeah, the snack pack banana pudding. Get those, Bonnie, and eat them with flavors. And like the only thing you're missing is banana, but it's still got the banana taste.
Yeah.
Dip them in the banana pudding and eat it. When I want banana pudding and don't feel like waiting.
I could see her putting a slice of banana between two wafers and dipping it into the pudding.
That'll work too. I love banana. That's one of the few things I'll gorge myself on that's a dessert.
Well, it's funny because I tried it frosting on it because it's like, oh my gosh, two, two yummies in one. But it's so sweet. Like I can
Yeah.
only maybe two or at the most three like that. It's like,
What, put frosting on a vanilla wafer?
yes.
I can't.
And
If stuff like that, it would cancel it out for me. But
oh no, it's still no, it's good. And I guess because I quit eating the frosting for so long, so now it's like, whoa, that is really sweet.
yeah, but you would dip a spoon in it. You'd lick on it for a little while. You didn't just like spoon, yum nom nom, it's gone. You
No, I didn't do that.
me. I said that was, if I get a thing of chocolate icing,
You made me snort.
I get a big spoon of it. I savor it and slather it around the mouth.
What'd you say? He made you fart?
No, it made me laugh so hard I was snorting.
Snort. Oh my god.
I have tears.
And Debs, no, that does not make the weight gain.
You want to put weight on? Eat a baked potato every day.
Steak, pasta, and muscle are what makes the weight gain. Muscle is the main, because muscle weighs more than fat.
Protein.
Yeah, and that's why I said steak. And so I got to thinking, and I was like, because we all know how expensive steaks are. And I thought, everybody's going to think I have tons of money or something. But a steak, like the ribeye steak that I get, it's It's in one of those oblong white styrofoam packaging things, and so it's pretty good size. And so that's 4 meals for me. I can't eat a whole. I can't even eat a whole half of the steak. And the T-bones also, they're big, and so a T-bone lasts me 3 or 4 meals. It's like so the cost of it is $3 or $4 a meal instead of looking at it like it's an $18 steak. It's like, but it's 4 meals, so it evens out.
I watch if you want to get steaks on the cheap, watch Kroger. They always have steak sales.
I
Then
don't
if
have a
you find them
Kroger.
on,
Closest Kroger to me is good grief,
is
60
what?
miles, 50 or 60 miles, something like that. It's a long ways. We have,
Worth it if you find the right steak deal. Then they'll have other stuff along with it. We find that shit is
yeah,
cheaper now to buy our food at Kroger than it is Walmart or Super One or Brookshire.
yeah. Well, and that's the two choices I have closer to me. They're only like 25 miles is Walmart or HEB. And
Like being
yeah, so I usually go to HEB. I
used
don't
to, we go to
like
what you call it,
buying anything.
the what Food Lion.
Do what? Do what?
They had them around here in Shreveport, but they closed down. Nobody shopped there.
There was a store called Food Line.
Yeah,
I've never heard of that. Huh.
they had them in Shreveport, but they closed them. Hell, the last one closed there probably 20 years ago.
Oh wow.
We had a chain of food stores around here that was called Pick and Save. I would tell people I was going to the booger bank. Pick and
Yeah.
save.
Oh my goodness.
They'd look at me. What? Going to the booger bank.
Oh my goodness, my chat's. Don't read the chat. Carl, I do not believe that.
It's kind of Brokeback Mountain sounding to me.
Oh no.
Camel Carl, why would you rub yourself with bear attractants? My friend, when they went to Alaska, she said, I'm going to take my hubby out by the bears and I'm going to give him some bear repellent, but it's going to be honey in a bottle.
Bonnie, did you hear what Jeff said in 101 yesterday about asked 101 about if there's 100 peckers in a room, how many would he choke on?
No.
I was like, wow.
What?
101 turned his camera off.
And he didn't throw him out?
He kicked him in the back room and then brought him back, and he's like, I don't even understand that. So he explained it to him. Then he turned the camera off again. I think he was blushing.
I saw a meme. Oops. I saw a meme that says instead of calling corn dogs corn dogs, call them meat Twinkies.
Meat Twinkies.
Makes you think about things a little different.
Yeah, there's people call some stuff weird things. It's like, it's like people in funnel cakes to fair. I'm like, that don't even sound right. I don't even know what it is and don't want it.
Yeah.
Had a funnel cake?
I've seen them. All it is pancake batter you pour through a funnel into grease. But I don't like it. I tried a little taste of it. Like, yeah, I'd rather have the sausage with the bell peppers and onions. Or
Well, yeah, that too, but oh, funnel cakes are so good. But the kids stand in line for that. I don't have to, and then they bring it to me whenever they get done.
I tried a blooming onion one time, and I thought it tasted pretty good, but darn, you get all greasy.
yeah, all it is like a giant onion ring slivers.
Yeah. Up here, there's a couple places that are pretty popular for their onion rings, and their secret ingredient is Coca-Cola.
Huh.
What is timid?
Just the reserved kind of no.
Okay. Maybe a little, but I'm not a prude.
Rude meaning like kind of shy thing.
No, a prude is a stuck-up snob, isn't it?
That ain't,
A sourpuss?
Ears, something like that. I don't know.
timid is reserved. That's kind of like almost a timid person to be like trying to explain something sexual to a virgin, and they get embarrassed or reserved or not want us to talk about it or no.
Okay, well, okay. I'll put it this way. It would never work between me and Ridgerunner. Just saying.
Where did Deb go?
She pushed the wrong button, and I asked her if she wanted the link again, but she never answered.
Yeah, Camo, if that happened to get a hold of me, a bear getting a hold of me, I'd rather just kick them in the crotch and be done with it. That way they'll end me quick and I don't have to suffer.
Years ago, my in-laws used to go to Canada to go fishing, and my father-in-law had built things so that they could leave the boat on the trailer and drive the trailer, and they could even steer it and everything to get out to where they wanted to put the boat in. And there happened to be a bear, big black bear, on the path, and him and his brother-in-law John sat there discussing how are we going to get past this little dilemma. Avery said, well, you go over there and you wave the end of your fishing pole right in front of that bear's face, and I'll sneak up behind him and hit him in the head with a hatchet. They waited for the bear to go.
This is Carl's description of a prude. Well, I have 6 kids, so nope, that's not it.
Get over there.
Deb, it's up to you if you feel like it. Drop it.
I think
drop
that
it like it's hot.
I think Carl's thinking of that laughing couple, that old lady and the old man with the where the old lady keeps hitting the guy with the purse.
Her husband.
Could be. Do you remember laughing? Oh my goodness.
Does she have like stockings that don't go all the way up and a dress and they're sitting on a park bench.
Wearing a hairnet. Yeah.
Oh, the hairnet. Okay. Yes.
But
Somebody back room.
My.
Morning, somebody.
Yeah. Hello, Carl.
Good evening. Is this thing going to work for me or not?
So far.
Sounds good so far.
Are you all talking about Ruth Buzzy? You remember her?
Yes.
That's
Okay.
it.
She was funny.
We're not old.
And then there was Minnie Pearl, and then there was Phyllis Diller, which I kind of look like now.
And
Let's
then there's
see.
Maud.
Maud, yes, Maud. What are some of the other ones? Obviously the Golden Girls. Me and Bonnie talked about that the other day. Well, Hee Haw had a whole slew of people too.
Yep.
Well, come on. We can't forget the Beverly Hillbillies and Granny.
Yep. And Ellie Mae.
Green Acres.
Green Acres is the place for me.
Was
Here, Bonnie, here's the picture. See who can guess who this is.
You know, as a kid, I really wanted to go down to the cement pond and wrestle with old Ellie Mae.
I bet you did to the
My
cement
brother
pond.
did too.
I'm not a Carol Brady.
It's better than Alice.
Carl, you know who that is?
Oh, now I'm watching chat. Hold on, give me a sec. No, I don't know who the hell that is. But that was the greatest dog that ever lived.
Why is Popeye the Sailor Man not wearing
a shirt?
That's a brown shirt. Calm down.
Oh.
Calm down.
Are you sure? 'Cause that looks like a belly.
I'm real sure. I used to buy 12 packs of Army issue T-shirts. That's one of them brown Army T-shirts.
Okay, now we see it.
Yep.
Hubba, hubba,
No,
hubba.
that's like 1999. That was a long time ago.
Yeah, your whiskers had color then.
Yeah.
Kind of like me. Only time you see any color in mine now is on the camera. That black you see, and there ain't there. I don't know where that comes from.
Yeah.
I don't want to go to hell, but I sure do want a nice warm place the next place I get. Because I'm freezing my patooties off here. Oh, we got vaulted ceilings, we got no carpet, and we got a back bedroom that has no floor, so I have to shut that room off. So I am like, brrr.
Annie, I think the prude came from the timid.
I don't like that word timid. That was not a good word. Shy, reserved, soft-spoken. Those are the words more like.
Yeah, timid is lacking of self-confidence, shy, fearful, and hesitant, or wanting courage to meet danger, easily frightened, timorous, not bold, fearful, shy.
She just said Tennessee Ridge Runner. She doesn't have anything going with, so she doesn't want. She's running. I'm kidding. Anything dangerous. Dangerous.
Danger.
Stranger danger.
I think
the only time I got timid is when the cops showed up.
I missed that.
I used to be shy, but I have a channel now, and you kind of can't be shy when you have a channel. And uh, okay, I call it more reserved. I like to
Yes.
flirt and joke around, but uh, if it seems serious, I might get scared and run. but I also like watch. I watch what y'all say everywhere. Sometimes I don't even talk in chat, and I see y'all.
She's the eyes and the ears. Ooh.
What are you doing?
I'm a
I
lurker.
spy. I spy, Bonnie.
Don't worry about it, Bonnie. It's not like anybody can hear you.
I lay down.
Ah, shut up, Carl.
I'm tired.
Stretch out on the couch. You need another recliner? Do you want to move that shit off that
I
blanket?
lost echo.
So good. I'm tired. I'm sitting here. I tried, and if I can keep choking, my nose is draining.
Well, Rich Runner, I like cowboys, but not too sure about that.
Y'all ever seen an electric blanket that only works halfway? Like half of the cording in it works and the other half's burned out?
I'd
Well,
be scared of it, but
I'll take it because hey, if that's the way I'm supposed to go is in a flaming in a flaming heating blanket, I guess that's the way I'm going.
She's ready to go. Flaming balls of fire.
Yep. Man, if anything shoots out, no, I've done this before. I've used a halfway good electric blanket before. It's just I guess I have no fear. I don't know. I'm timid of this blanket.
Chat. I love my chat.
Why don't they have cordless electric blankets yet?
This is what I wonder. They got Wi-Fi, everything. Can't they like beam some heat to it? It'd probably fry our brain at the same time. But
Yeah, and see, that's called a microwave, and don't do it.
I would not want a Wi-Fi blanket.
well, they've got the remote control everything. I'm sure they probably have a remote control. Even though it's on you, I'm sure they have a remote control electric blanket.
Well, I was just thinking. That's what I was saying. You go with the cordless because it's the AC 110 volts that causes blankets to go up in flames and kill people. If you had a battery powered one, I think it'd be safer.
Yes, battery powered. Yes, but what Deb is talking about, even with a remote electric blanket, still got to be plugged in. Key word there is electric.
No getting out of this that easy, Echo. Hurry up, plug in, get back up there.
Yeah, it probably is because that's what it does. That's what my phone does to me.
Plug it in. Plug it in, plug it in.
I gotta cut that out. I just heard that song. Y'all are gonna laugh. The roof is on fire.
But sing it with a mouthful of peanut butter.
No. I left the conversation with flaming blankets and then heard the song, The Roof is on Fire. I think maybe somebody's trying to tell me something.
Well, Carl was saying battery operated would probably be safer than electric. And
I think that would be a good idea for $1 million. $1 million idea there, Carl.
How do you feel when your bed is burning? How's that go?
Yes, that's how it goes.
I'll start singing the Butthole Surfers if you don't quit.
I'll raise you, the crazy and demented world of Arthur Brown.
I'll match you. What's that song? Pushing Up Daisies. I don't think I could sing it. I could try. It's Little Daisies something. I don't even know what the name of the band is, but the lead singer's not alive anymore. Do y'all know that at Moe's Grill, Moe's restaurants all over the country, they only play music by dead artists? Okay, so when you walk in, you will never hear a song by a live person.
Just so they don't have to pay any royalties, huh?
Probably, I don't know, but I'm
No.
sure the families probably get the royalties, don't they?
I don't know.
I was gonna say that's kind of weird.
I thought it
But
was
if it's
downright sick when I first heard it. I was like, I work at a place
well,
like
even
that.
if I play, if I play a song on here, dead or alive, it doesn't matter. It's gonna if it's the original artist, they're gonna copyright me.
I thought the Butthole Surfers were like a gay acrobatic group.
No, they did there's two songs that they did, but that one was so and so died in traffic and so they were all in love with dying. That's one of the songs, but then there's another one. But it's like, I don't mind, the sun don't shine, the image is too clear.
You know, I think I would have just steered clear of that band just because of the name.
Oh, I just listen to random alternative music and these songs come on and they are actually pretty iconic songs, believe it or not.
You know songs.
I can just block stuff right out. You see, I blocked stuff out for decades.
Do you like music? You like music though, right?
Yeah, there's a limit to that.
No, I understand. I've just expanded my horizons, and I've tailed them back now.
Bridge Runner. Scolding you when he's been talking. Oh my goodness.
Don't start singing ZZ Top or anything, Bridge. We don't want to hear it, okay? We don't want to hear about snakes or necklaces, okay? I gotta watch out. I'm gonna start talking like 10.
Get with precious and grace.
Camo, I've been up for like 40 something hours. How am I doing?
Hey, you're gonna sleep good.
I hope.
Carl.
Yeah, I was just playing around, Auntie. I mean, you know.
Oh, I didn't know if you could
they
see.
don't really get the royalties, but somebody does.
I didn't know if you could see chat.
Yeah, I'm keeping an eye on this chat. There's some interested folks in there right now.
Where's Pepper from, Tina?
Have you noticed that all it takes is saying one thing, and they can jump all over it, twist it up in a knot, and all kinds of fun things.
Yeah, it's like Transformers down there in that chat, isn't it?
Oh,
yeah.
Butthole Surfers. Pepper. I have never heard of the Butthole Surfers.
Yeah, that's the other song. It's called Pepper. That's the name. It's called Pepper.
Transgenders, faggots, and disguise.
Is there really somebody called Circle Jerk?
Oh,
Yeah,
you wouldn't believe the names of these bands.
Oh my goodness.
I remember them in the 80s, those little rock buttons. You get those little buttons you wear on your clothes, you know. They'd put all the bands on them. And it'd be like Devo and the Circle Jerks and the Butthole Surfers.
They're worth money, Carl, if you got any.
NC, I got a gal on my Facebook page that when she was, I think, this had to have been around 85, I decided to do this. She was younger, and I had collected about 1,000 rock and roll buttons. Led Zeppelin, ZZ Top, I mean, every one you could think of. and I just gave them all to her, and it made her whole year. she had 1,000 buttons out of the blue. She collected some already, so
Well,
when I
she
gave
may
her my
be.
collection,
You may
she
want to
had.
check in with her and get the retirement that budget she got out of those 1,000 pins.
I don't know if she even still has them. I should ask her. That was my buddy's little sister, and
I'm not
she
like
deserved it.
G-Ma. Man, she
That
can
was
name every song ever written. Have you noticed that?
Say it again. Notice what?
G-Ma, she can name every song ever written, I think.
Oh, I
Oh,
know.
G-Mom Merkel.
Yes.
We always called her Grandma Merkel,
Yeah, I like her because
I
she'll
don't.
speak her mind.
but I don't know if
I
that
hear
was
people
correct or
calling her
not.
G-Ma's.
It is.
I
I
don't
asked
know.
her a long time ago if it stood for grandma.
Okay.
I knew it stood for grandma, but I didn't know because some people. My grandmother, she just. If I would have ever called her grandma, I would have been flying across the house. Not on my own.
Uh,
Oh, yes, Carl.
Tennessee Ridge Runner. Right now, I'd say that it's probably a Tibetan monk or maybe Mongolian metal because of the vibrations.
Okay, Campbell, I wanted to say in front of everybody, it's been really cool. Congratulations on our knowing each other over 3 years already.
Hey, woo-hoo!
Woohoo! Wolverines! We are the Wolverines, aren't we? Because we're kind of like howling every night.
I'm like a friendly Wolverine, till you piss me off. I can't believe I haven't had to move my phone or get the rabbit ears and foil out or nothing.
You sound good.
Oh, yeah.
No, I've never heard that.
Is that I'm a loser, baby, so why don't you kill me?
No, this is the butthole surfer
Surfers. Yep. It's called.
pepper,
Yep.
and the picture is this weird looking odd guy has a pencil stuck in his ear and blood shooting out.
You got to listen to the words, though, Bonnie. It's talking about all of the stuff and the corruption that we are finding out about today. It's kind of weird.
Was that Creep Show or Twilight Zone where the guy couldn't get the noise out of his head, so he started stabbing his ear with a pencil?
No, but I think Robert De Niro took one in the throat, or Joe Pesci in that movie Casino.
I remember some movie like Creep Show or something. The guy kept hearing these noises, and in the end, you see him walk out of his house, like in his yard or something. He's got pencils stuck halfway in his ears and all bleeding down the side of his face.
Was this like Alfred Hitchcock or something? What was this?
It was something like that, but I think it was newer. Could have been 80s. Might have been
Yeah, because we had The Sixth Sense, we had Night Gallery, we had Twilight Zone, we had my favorite Martian, of course, and
wait a minute, how the heck did that get in there?
I don't know. I just decided to get crazy, and then Alfred Hitchcock. I think they all came on at the same time, Carl. I think that my favorite Martian was on kind of late.
And then there was that one about the vampire. I can't remember the name of it.
They started coming out with all those vampire and then the 3 witches, and things started going awry.
Hey, Jen, if you guys remember that episode, I think it was Creep Show, where the guy found the meteorite and he watered it and it started growing all over everything. And in the end, it's Stephen King sitting there with a shotgun in his mouth, going meteorite shit. He called it meteorite shit, and then he just like poof, blew his head off.
No, but I do remember Journey to the Center of the Mind, and I do remember the Venus flytrap movie where it was eating people.
Yes, I remember that.
That's old. That's old.
Or Attack of the Killer Tomatoes.
Yeah. I remember that.
Journey's good.
Yeah, Carl, you're talking about Creep Show.
Yeah.
Meteor shit.
Where one of the episodes, she buried her ex-boyfriend up to his neck in the beach and said, "If you can just hold your breath," and then later on he comes back going, "If you can just hold your breath."
Yeah.
Thank
That
you.
vampire talking about with Dark Shadows. Any of y'all remember that?
I do.
remember Dark Shadow.
Yeah, I do.
I have
And
to
you
delete
remember
this.
only the shadow knows.
They even had a movie remake of it.
This is the part where we remember things that prove how old we are.
Bonnie, you'll be proud of me. I'm going off all my antibiotics.
That is good. You know, honey is a natural antibiotic, and you can get a natural antibiotic over the counter. Only one that I could find in the whole country. It's called amphotericin. Amphotericin. I've shown Bonnie this before, but it's an all natural antibiotic that you can get over the counter. But you gotta order it to a store sometimes because they don't always carry it.
I got a question though. The crystal, like you've had your honey in the refrigerator for, a few months or whatever, and you have the crystal stuff on the top. Do I take that off before I eat the honey?
Eat that. No, eat that. Use that. It'll melt. You can use it just like you can the rest of the honey. Honey never goes bad. Even that crusting that goes on is still good.
Does honey ever get bugs in it or anything nasty in it that I should worry about?
Well, if you leave it open, it might, but
no, there's nothing I should worry about.
And apple cider, you're going to get a lot of bug juice in that anyways. The process of making honey and making apple juice kills a lot of bees.
Yeah. I heard that a shot of lemon juice every day is pretty good.
That's what I do is a lemon and honey tea. If I'm feeling down at all, like even just energyless, I go right to that lemon tea. I swear by it.
Well, I quit coffee, so I got to do something. But I went to Dollar General and there was no tea. Okay, here's a new one. They're coming down on the little pharmacies now, the hometown pharmacies, because I have 2 prescriptions I've been getting there for 3 years, and now they cannot prescribe both together because it's against the law here, and I have to get one from Walmart and one from the little pharmacy, because together I'm a bad person if I do both of those.
Well, how dare they allow something good for the public?
No, I'm just saying, make me go to 2 different places to get meds the only 2 meds I've been taking for the last 10 years. I didn't understand why he was trying to cut me down. And I think it was some North Carolina laws came into effect or federal. I'm just warning people. If you go to your call a refill in and they say we can't fill it and it's a hometown pharmacy, that means they're coming down on them. They're even making,
it'd probably save you gas if you just bought one item, went outside, put on a disguise, and then go buy the other item.
Nope. Because you got to do your license to get, not to VOTE or anything, but to get any kind of prescription or anything like that, we have to show all the
then
ID.
Disguise yourself as a Mexican. Come on now, got to think, creatively.
Not in my town, man. That wouldn't fly. Just wouldn't fly. Believe me, if I could, I would, but I can't. So now I have to go and buy my meds from, they're probably all from there, but now I have to go buy them from the bad store. And that makes me mad. Just another dollar they get of mine. Ugh. Actually, it was
Tennessee
a
Ridge
free.
Runner. Didn't they insure Daisy Duke's legs for $1 million, like in 1981 or something?
What?
Yeah.
Only one I've ever heard them do that to was J-Lo for her butt.
Oh no, they did that for Daisy Duke first in the early '80s. They had an insurance policy on her leg for $1 million.
There were 2 chiropractors that I knew. It was a father and 2 sons. And when the sons took the business over, one got insurance on his hands and the other one didn't. One had to quit because he got arthritis so bad he didn't get the policy on the hands.
Are you talking about Echo? Are you talking about that song? All I can say is la 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 la. You know where the kid runs around in the bee suit?
What?
I think it's talking about a bee suit. Yeah, through the video, it's like this bullied kid that puts on a bee suit and does not give a fuck what anybody thinks anymore. Just runs around in a bee suit, being happy.
I'm not laughing at y'all. National Pie Day is today. Celebrations of pies that occurs annually in the United States on January 23rd. Started in the mid-70s.
I just know my baloney has a first name. That's all I know.
Now I'm on a mission to get a pie today. Dang it. Thanks a lot, Rabbits.
And that's sitting here staring at a strawberry pie down here in my search bar.
Oh, what do they put in food down in the search bar?
Bonnie, what do you think about Winona's Big Brown Beaver?
Who's Big Brown? What?
Winona's Big Brown Beaver.
Winona?
You ever heard of that?
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's a jam, man. Primus.
Yep.
It's a song.
Yeah, and the costumes that they wear are just awesome, man. They're made out of some like plexiglass or fiberglass or something. So they're like animated fiberglass characters. It's a freaking awesome video.
I thought y'all were being naughty. No, I haven't seen her beaver. Don't want to see her beaver.
You don't want to see a beaver shot? Here you go, Bonnie. Here's a link to it. It's a song. It's not dirty.
No, it's even got yodeling in it.
Yeah, I don't like Primus. I think their shit's funny though.
That's the best song they ever did.
Camo, you remember Herbie Hancock with the legs kicking out and the eyeballs and all that weird? Man, they used to have some cool videos, especially Peter Gabriel.
Yeah. Peter Gabriel Sledgehammer.
Yep.
If looks could kill, they probably will end games
without frontiers, war without tears.
Bonnie, did you see that link I dropped?
No, where'd you drop it? Oh, I guess I see it in chat.
Go ahead and mute. Look at them. They're funny. I like for a laugh. It's not like, oh, I want to jam out to this. It's like I'm in a bad mood. This makes me laugh.
Have you watched the one with the 3 little pigs? Little pig, let me in.
That was awesome, guys.
Well, the first little piggy. That's a great one too, man. I like both of them. He was kind of shy.
She got legs.
Well, it was. Didn't they change it?
Sounded like ZZ Top.
It was supposed to be. I mean, a cover, but this is Nickelback.
It sounds like it's going around in a wash machine or something.
I just can't believe that there is Dangerous Freedom, Ron's videos sitting out there, about 300 of them, where he played music all night long for years. And it's still there. He would play the songs that you'd get booted in about 10 seconds if you played some of the songs that he played. I mean, 5 seconds probably. And I don't know, just because he talked during it, I don't know exactly why he got away with it, but he did.
Oh yeah, I remember that one too. What was that? Have some more chicken, have some more spam. It doesn't matter if it's fresh or canned, just eat it.
Oh my God. Yeah.
Ridge Runner, you know she was talking to a girl when she was singing that, right?
Runner, I thought that was "Do You Wanna Dance?" Yeah, do you wanna dance?
No, there's another one.
No, that's Joan
Do
Jett.
you want to touch me there?
Dan, Dan, Dan. What's the Joan Jett song?
I just told you.
What is it?
Do you wanna touch me?
What he just said.
I barely remember that song.
Here you go, Bonnie. I'll drop another one in private.
Thank you. Yeah, I can't get it out of the chat.
There's Green
It was
Jelly.
Do You Wanna Something by Joan Jett.
Do you want to touch me there?
No.
That's what I said.
Oh yeah,
The
that's right.
Vinyls.
Because she goes
You remember
there,
the Vinyls?
where? Yeah, I remember. I saw her in concert, man. She was one little pistol, and then Robert Plant comes out after her and made her look like a midget. Oh, I said the word. Don't anybody start chatting about midgets, please. Thank you.
Oh my goodness.
What was that little Icelandic girl? Bork, whatever. Bork.
Bjork.
Oh, Bjork.
She was a little miniature thing too.
Sinead O'Connor was the weirdest, I think.
All right, but in that video where she stands up in the theater and belts, proves that she should have been a rock singer.
Yeah, I sent Bonnie green jelly, or put it in her green jelly and Primus, Little Pig, and
Here's one for you. Who remembers Jam Up Jelly Tight by Tommy Rowe?
I'd have to hear it to remember it.
I don't know what you guys just reminded me. You know, Lita Ford and Joan Jett were in a band called the Runaways before all that.
Yes, they were. Yep.
There's what was the name of that song? Something Cherry.
Don't say cherry, because
Cherry Bomb. Cherry Bomb.
Wait a minute. There's a Cherry Bomb by John Cougar Mellencamp too.
This was before John Mellencamp hit the scene.
But I just don't think any good music came out after the 90s. I really don't. It's just my opinion.
Yeah, well, there's a couple songs, but I'm pretty much with you there. I like the old stuff.
Did you look at that, Bonnie?
I didn't look at it. I saved it, but I can't play it because it's an original. And
Echo, I liked Pat Benatar too, but also Pat Benatar is responsible for the absolute worst video dance ever.
Which one?
We Are Young.
Where they're doing the dance off.
Now I gotta watch that.
Oh my goodness. Hello.
Tina Turner did the best leg dancing of anybody.
You know, I think Tina Turner looked a little manly to me. One of my girlfriend's dads was absolutely enthralled with her, and I'm like, man, she looks a little butch compared to your wife, dude. What's up with that?
Auntie, which one do you want me to drop?
Look at the guy's ass she had to kick all the time because he was kicking hers. Think about it.
It's at 12:48, Chuck. Deb and Carl, can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. That
Okay.
one, Auntie?
Hold up.
She lost control of her panel.
Zip it.
You gotta pull them reins, Bonnie.
Zip it.
Woo!
I've been talking. I've been saying, hey, hold on. Wait. Uh, okay. Did you grab it, Chuck? You put it in the real chat. Okay, Chuck's going to play it.
I thought I heard Def Leppard.
You heard, Carl, you heard this.
That was Motley Crue.
That's Green Jelly, Little Pig. Little Pig, Little Pig, Little Pig.
Oh.
Usually your music comes through better. I can barely hear it tonight.
I really got it turned down. Can you hear it still? Could you still hear it?
Barely.
No.
But it might be me
Chuck.
on this phone.
Chuck, are you a mosh pit head banging kind of guy mostly?
I was a long time ago.
Do you listen to Disturbed and Rage Against the Machine and all that?
I've listened to Disturbed somewhat.
How young do you think he is?
No, I don't think he's that young, but I'm saying I just think most of the stuff he plays is pretty hard. It's like I think he takes his anger out in his music because he's such a nice guy.
I like his version of Sound of Silence. Disturbs.
Yeah.
Oh, there's some really is it Aaron Lewis that went from Stained to country music? Is that the one? Not
Yes.
Aaron Lewis. Is it Aaron Lewis? Yeah. When I heard that first ballad he did, that country ballad, I had no idea, but I go, I know him. I know those tattoos. I know him. And then I go, oh my gosh, he was in Stained and he's doing country now. Wow.
Chuck, Annie and Jack dropped a link under
Chuck,
your name.
is your head mounted on a hinge?
Probably my favorite music is from Pantera.
Yeah, oh my God, Pantera was Ron's favorite. He
So
played
you
that.
waited up to the middle of the night for the Headbangers Ball too.
Yeah.
Does anybody remember the King Biscuit Flower Hour?
Yep.
Yep.
And Dr. Demento?
Oh yeah.
I sort of remember that, yeah.
And who was that guy, the comedian that was like a Howard Stern? He started out in Baltimore. Imus in the Morning.
I think I've heard of it, but I'm not sure.
He was the beginning of the trash talk radio that Howard Stern carried on. Or not radio, it actually was TV eventually.
You ever heard of a band named King Crimson?
Oh, yes, I have.
Or Blue Cheer?
How about Renaissance?
Andy, I got it saved. I'll look at it in a bit. That's more Primus.
We are definitely music people. I like the Psychedelic Furs Will Make Great Pets. That's a song because me and my friend never had kids. And we said that, we said at 8 years old, we looked at each other and it was during Vietnam and everything. And we said, we're never going to have kids because this world is too screwed up. Well, little did we know that we both couldn't have children. And that was our theme song, We'll Make Great Pets.
That's like what you call it, the Funkadelics, Maggot Brain, old George Clinton.
Yeah, oh my God, George Clinton. Oh.
Mother Earth is pregnant for the third time, for y'all have picked her up. I have tasted the maggots in the mind of the universe. I was not offended, though I knew I had to rise above it all or drown in my own shit.
And then Rush.
Oh, that's great, Chuck. I only know a couple people on the planet that do that.
We have assumed control.
I've only known a couple people on the planet that memorized that. That was great.
You tell I used to like the shit out of it. And then you got 15 cents of Guitar Jam.
Let's see if you know this one. And in the death, as the last few corpses lie rotting on the slimy thoroughfare, the shutters lifted in ancient temperance building high upon Poacher's Hill, as red mutant eyes gaze down on Hunger City, fleas the size of rats sucked on rats the size of cats, and 10,000 peopleoids split into small tribes, coveting the tallest of the star-out skyscrapers.
Sounds like Zappa.
Zappa.
Nope, not Zappa.
No.
It's called Future Legend. It's the beginning of one of the albums.
I've heard
It's
it
in the
before.
very big.
Remember,
It's Diamond Dogs, the album by David Bowie.
Oh my gosh. You knew all those lyrics, and I've listened to that song probably 1,000 times and don't know any. What the heck?
that's like Mott the Hoople. Nobody knows who the fuck that is anymore.
What about Hocus Pocus by Focus or
Oh, that's
Edgar
a
Winter?
yellow, yellow, yellow. Oh, oh, oh.
Good job, Carl.
I love
We didn't
that
know
song.
you were soprano.
But my
Neither
old
did
from the 70s back probably would be, you guys hear me say it all the time, A Whole Lot of Rosie by AC/DC.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
I saw AC/DC with both lead singers. I don't know if y'all saw them or not, but I saw the old one and the new one.
Bon Scott. That's who
oh
sings
man,
Rosie.
you got to give Brian some credit, but he just isn't even on the same level as Bon Scott. It was different music. Those are two different bands just because of the singers.
Yeah, and it was a different kind of crazy. They were both crazy, but it was a different kind.
I partied so much I didn't even know Bon Scott died until I seen him in concert. And I was like, damn, Bon Scott got short, fat, and he sings different.
Oh man, the old Bon Scott stuff, you remember ladders and snakes. Ladders give, snakes take. Rich man, poor man, beggar man, thief. Ain't got a hope in hell. That's my belief. Remember that?
Yeah, I found out at the concert that Bon Scott died, and I was like, fuck, I was grieving and everybody else was partying. I was like, damn, that's fucked up. Sorry, Bonnie.
Yeah, or you go to see a band and you realize that only one member of the original band's there. I think I did that with Marshall Tucker or something.
Yeah, I had some friends of mine in the 70s. They were supposed to go see Leonard Skinner where they were headed to, and it really blew their mind.
Well, you know that when I saw Leonard Skinner in 2019, it was the last concert I went to, and they were late. And and it was because of the plane, and we were all freaking out because it was 2 days from the anniversary of the plane crash, and we were all just like, "Where they at? Where they at? Where are they at?"
You know that over half of the songs we've talked about are somewhere on my Facebook page. That's what I used to do with Facebook. I'd get up every morning, I'd post about 5 songs, I'd go to work, I'd come home, and I'd post another 5, 10. If I was drinking, I'd post a lot of songs.
That's all I ever did, and I didn't get a lot of response for my songs. I was very surprised and disappointed.
All the people that used to respond to that have all passed away. So every time I see one of those pop up on my memories, there's a bunch of dead people commenting on them.
Aww.
Yeah, my favorite Ridge Runner was Chicago 17.
Oh, Chicago in concert was one of the best concerts I've ever been to. Oh my God, it was beautiful.
25 or 64.
That's yes.
That Cheap Trick, I want you to want me.
You remember that was a good song. They played it on the radio a lot, but you remember going to a party?
Yeah.
Meet me on
the school. Yep.
I love that movie that's from the 90s. It's got all them kids that are stoners, and they have all the music from the 70s. Dazed and Confused. Is that it?
I
don't think I've seen it.
Let me make sure it's it. I'll look it up.
Now with rock and roll.
What was the one with Emilio Estevez? Was it Blazing Saddles? That was one of the funniest movies ever.
Young Gun.
Oh, Young Gun. Yeah.
They seem to cry.
Yeah, that's it. Dazed and Confused is from 93.
And
Why did I have to watch that? Camo needs to do singing while he makes his camo stuff. That would be a great channel.
I used to do a little, but a little wouldn't do it, so a little got more and more. I just keep trying to get a little better than before. I've been dancing with the brown thing. He's been lying. He won't leave me alone.
How many times you tripped, Carl?
He won't leave me alone.
How many times? How many times?
Wasn't that Matthew McConaughey's first movie he did?
Now we got a real singer in the chat. Come on up, Hawk. Show us how it's done.
Yeah, Hawk can sing, but he won't do it. He's a good singer.
That's because you don't throw enough money at him. You got to throw more money at him, and he'll sing more.
I got to see the G string, Hawk. Got to see the G string to give you the dollars. Sorry.
Hey, Deb, did you know John Denver fiddled with his daddy till the day he died?
Oh, man. Memory.
Yeah, that was a memory. Wow.
It's the actual lyrics out of his song. Thank God I'm a country boy.
Yep. Well, life on the farm is kind of laid back. Ain't much like country boy like me can. Heck, early to rise.
Actually, you might get better results throwing joints up on the stage for Hawk.
Yeah, I think that would work good.
Yep, Jesse's girl.
Oh, yeah. What was that guy's name that was... Oh, I wear my sunglasses at night, so I don't know.
Corey something.
Corey Hart.
Corey Hart.
Boy, we have memories when it comes to long term, but the short term's the first thing to go.
That's because the new music just isn't the same. You said it yourself, man. I'm not, I don't want to cut on the new music or nothing, but I much prefer the old stuff.
I have to remember whether I was in the couch or I was in my head. I never did like head weed when I was listening to music.
Hello, Hawk.
It doesn't matter what kind of music's playing. Head weed is just head weed. You know what I'm saying?
I like it when that body numb hits, where it kind of like vibrates when it starts behind your eyes and it works its way down your toes and gets cold.
I gotta tell Hawk something.
Okay, let him sing.
Well, a man came up to me and asked me what the time was that was on my wall. Yeah. And I said, does anybody really know what time it is?
Yeah.
Does anybody really care?
I need to ask Hawk a question or tell Hawk something that's probably going to make him laugh.
Go ahead.
All right. Ear ringing from hell. I've been trying to stop it. The doctor gave me meds, blah, blah, blah. It's an infection. Okay. I took some pure tincture and put a drop in my ear. And guess what? The ringing stopped.
Direct contact, medicinal direct contact,
Oh my gosh, it was the first silence I had heard, and I slept so well.
Very nice. Very nice.
That's awesome.
It can't hurt me. It can't hurt me, can it?
No.
Okay.
No. If you go to yawn and it sounds like water popping in your ear, then it was too liquefied. But in most cases, that's going to absorb into the ear canal, and it's just medicine for it.
Okay, because I got rid of the popping with this because I was having popping and cracking, and it was horrid. It was just horrid.
I scrolled up the other day, Hawk, and saw the song "Can't You See."
Hey, Joe.
I haven't done that in a long time.
Where are you going with that gun in your hand?
It's been years.
Going down to shoot my old lady. I caught her fucking around with another man.
I forgot what Hawk sang. I think he sang Amazing Grace on a prayer-a-thon one time, and I was bawling my eyes out.
I don't sing that too often. It's like that's a few and far between. Kind of have to be in the mood for it.
We've been on, Hawk, like you and me and Camo here. We have been on 3 years now, so happy anniversary. And I'm glad that we're both still here. We're all still here.
Yeah.
I was,
Echo,
what
what
I was
state are you
before I
in?
was.
Carl,
Sorry,
how
Hawk.
long ago was that when I started hanging out over at 101?
I was still
That's about
slack
2.5,
blabbing.
3 years ago.
When you were Monkey Bone, I was still slack blabbing. That was a long time ago.
I was NC girl before I was NC Deb.
Echo, what state are you in?
Wisconsin.
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 Don't you know? Don't you know?
Yeah, don't you know?
Wait a minute. Didn't they just do medical? Didn't Wisconsin
No.
just do medical?
Maybe
think
it may
they
be
try.
something new, but I was under the impression that they weren't one yet.
They're trying. North Carolina's trying too, but the Indians want it, the Cherokee want it, and the governor doesn't.
Yeah. If you're in Wisconsin, I think Michigan is the closest legal state to you.
Oh, well, what a shame. She'd have to go to Michigan.
Yeah.
Climb over to Uper, huh?
I think for where she's at, it's either north or south going to be the same distance, but Chicago would be a lot more dangerous.
Might get your
Well,
wheels.
up in New York, if you can get to New York, it's all around up there, wafting
Well-
through shopping malls.
Actually, where Echo is, there's a ferry that goes to Frankfort, Michigan, which is like down the Leelanau Peninsula, kind of close to Traverse City kind of thing. Go straight across Lake Michigan.
Hey, Shep.
Yeah. Wisconsin. I know that there's a couple of really good places. There's one in Grand Rapids that does really, really good product, RSO wise. Chicago, there's a couple places in Chicago, but honestly, I would stay away from the Illinois weed until they have it locked down. They just to me, the quality of the stuff that they have there just isn't worth it.
Did you hear about the guy that bumped his hand or bumped his elbow on a door and got cut, and somehow there was fent in it, and it ended up killing him?
I've heard quite a few stories like that.
It's so
Get up
great.
in your hey big chap. Good to see you.
And the crazy thing is it's getting really, really big in Portland.
Oh no.
It's I can honestly see it being used as a weapon there.
Oh no.
You think about the kind of people who get a hold of it, and you think about what we know is coming.
Yeah.
We're already seeing it in Atlanta. And then there are other places that are starting to react. And the thing is if they're starting in Atlanta, it's gonna get at least 5 to 7 major cities going.
That's an hour and a half for me, Hawk. An hour and a half. Ugh.
See, it was 35 years ago that I read about weaponized tactics of how to kill 150,000 people in a city by polluting the water source.
Yeah.
Well, Hawk had a story about the cows and the pigs and the horses and the 2 guys that freaked me out last night or the other night.
I'm just saying there's been ideas to do some nasty, evil stuff for a long time, so anything's possible.
Yeah.
Well, you think about the amounts that they've gotten, there. If you really, really pay close attention to the news reports, and the thing is it's your local news will tend to tell you the truth about a bust like that because they want it to benefit their area. But the national news, it'll be a 3-minute spot, and then it's over with. They won't ever talk about it again.
Do you know that? You remember that I think I mentioned to you that there was that white really weird fog. And 2 times it happened where it was 27 degrees. It was white fog that was like powder. You couldn't even see the street lights. And both days my check engine light came on. So whatever was in the air was being sucked into my car. And now it has gone off. So it
Yeah.
never really was my catalytic converter. It was whatever was in the air those mornings. Identical mornings too.
So these small local stations are reporting things such as there was enough there in order to kill every single American 3 to 5 times.
Oh,
I've seen that report. That was an old. That was said years ago too.
Well, these are just recently. There was one in Oklahoma that was enough to kill every single American 8 times.
Oh, God.
There was one in just in shit. They had just got a kid in Florida with $2 million worth of weed in his possession. And then 15 minutes later, they got a guy who had enough fentanyl to kill every single Floridian numerous amounts of time.
What would that stuff do to like marine life? Do you know?
Well, I mean, if you put it into salt water, the salt is going to actuate. Most sea life will stay away from it. It'll float around for a little bit, but it's going to dissipate because of the salt. Fresh water, on the other hand, that's no different than you taking a pill and having water to wash it down with.
I used to have a friend that actually had those patches, and she ended up having surgery and getting off of them, but she was like 4'11". She was taking that, and she was taking like Percocet and something else, and I'm like, how are you even standing here talking to me?
Yep.
That stuff's strong.
You know, and this is the thing is our medical system actually has brought us to that point. You know, again, it boils down to they're not giving you a cure. They're not doing anything to help you. They are just keeping the customer pacified, you know, because you're going to keep coming back. You're going to keep spending money, you know. In most cases, people who are going through that end up on disability. So they're making twice the amount taking the government's money than if they were taking your own private insurance. You know, because private insurance companies don't want to pay for stuff like that. You know what I mean? But
Off subject. I just wonder if anybody's ever. I'm going to do a quiz. Does anybody know what plant is illegal to use for fishing because it was so efficient? There's a plant out there that Indians used to use to fish, but now it's illegal. And I just wonder if anybody knew about that.
I think I've heard of it, but I don't know what it was.
What is kratom? Like, what does it do? I've heard it's like a alternative or something. But it can be dangerous.
Yeah, in the wrong amounts, or given to people who have sociopathic tendencies.
Mm-hmm.
You know, kratom mixed with a sociopathic or a schizophrenia could create Charlie Manson. You know, I mean,
oh wow,
I'm not kidding. You know, you know, it's.
They still sell it. They still sell it, right?
Yeah. You can actually get a license to grow it. You know.
No, thank you.
Yep. It's now for some people, it helps mildly with pain. It does efficiently work on headaches. But other than that, I haven't heard anything, you know, really good about it. Yeah.
So how's this RSO stuff for shelf life? Does it have a good?
Yeah, well, I mean, because basically what it is okay. So I take a 2-gallon or a 5-gallon bucket. I fill it up with a couple of pounds of pot, right, all chopped up. Then I pour in pure grain alcohol. Okay, 198 proof or better. If I can get moonshine, I'll use moonshine. And I know people who make their own alcohol out here.
You mean like corn liquor, the good stuff?
And oh yeah, and I pour that in on the pot. I shake it up, and every time I walk past it, I leave it in there anywhere between 5 to 7 days. You don't have to leave it in that long. I do because I want to pull every bit of medicine out of it. So every time I walk past that bucket, I grab it, I lift it up, shake it a few times, put it back down.
So the
Go on
oil
about
is
what I'm
the
doing.
oil. What comes out of it at the end? Does
Well,
the alcohol?
yeah.
Okay.
So I take and I cover another 5-gallon bucket with cheesecloth, and then I slowly pour out all the alcohol. And when the alcohol goes in, it's clear as looking through your glasses. But when
Really?
it comes out, so dark green that it's black. Okay. And
So the alcohol evaporates?
no, the alcohol you're pouring it out. You're pouring it into the other bucket. Then I'll take that bucket that's got the alcohol in it that is now black. It's so dark that it's black. I'll take and pour that into my green oil machine. It's basically a still with a proper ventilation fan and a hose that runs down and fills up gallon jars. And I will I'll put that glass gallon jar next to it. When I see that gallon jar is almost full, I'll look at the gauge, and it'll tell me if it's done cooking. When I lift up the lid off of it and the fan housing, I lift that up. I will see a thick layer of black oil across the whole bottom of it. It can be anywhere between a 1/4 inch to a 1/2 inch thick.
How many doses does that make per batch, like for people?
So if I'm using 2.5 pounds of a good indica, generally,
I was going to ask you, is it shake or shade leaves, sugar leaves? Is it buds? What are you using?
Oh, I use buds. I chop them right up. Chop them right up. Oh yeah, yep. And I'll use the real up close trim as well. But generally, it's mostly buds all chopped up.
So in the oil is parts of the plant.
No, it's all the cannabinoids. All the cannabinoids have been extracted out of the vegetable matter.
Okay.
So all the THC and CBD is transferred into the alcohol. The idea is to cook off the alcohol so that I have raw THC CBD.
I don't know why I would have thought that the alcohol would counteract their quality.
Yeah,
No, because it just produces the oil from the pot.
Yep, that's it. It removes. Yep, and I remove the alcohol from the oil. So there's no alcohol taste to it whatsoever. I'll get anywhere between 15 to 20 10 mil syringes full.
So it's a binder, the alcohol to hold it together.
One syringe is enough for a gram a day. So you've got 30 doses, a gram a day for 30 days. And generally when I'm setting somebody up with what they need, they get enough to go 90 days, 90 grams in 90 days. But the thing is you have to work your way up to that gram a day. You can't just do it.
Back to the original question that started all of this. What's the shelf life of that stuff?
If you keep it in the refrigerator, years.
Oh, it's got to
so
be.
You're talking 8.5 pounds to make 3 months supply. Wow.
No. If I'm getting between 10 to 15 or 12 to 15 syringes per batch, that's 3 people. 3 months supply.
Oh, okay.
Kino.
because I know they were charging about 5 years ago when I got the first Facebook guy that cured stage 4 liver with it. It was around $500, and I think he was getting it like from the UK through Oklahoma or something like that.
He was getting CBD RSO.
He was getting the real stuff, the Rick Simpson.
Yeah, but he wasn't getting a THC RSO. He was getting a CBD RSO. That's the only way that they can ship it in. That's the only way they can ship it from the UK.
Because yeah, I can see where that would be.
Yep. So
well, it worked. It worked, I guess.
To me, the combination of THC and CBD proves out cancer not returning. It attacks cancer, it kills cancer, and cancer's not going to come back. I learned my lesson. The time that I developed prostate cancer was that the first time I did it, I stopped taking it as soon as the doctor told me that the cancer was gone. I should have continued my regimen for at least another 30 days to ensure that I killed off any cancer cells that were left in my body. The second time that I did it, not only did I do the 90 days, but I did an additional 30 days of a gram a day. And then I did an additional half a gram a day for 30 days. And then I did a quarter gram a day for 30 days.
And that's been like 20 years ago, right?
And it's
the
been
real saying should be that a gram a day keeps the doctor.
It's been 7 years.
Wow.
That I've been cancer free. So every once in a while, I will get a flare up. I'll have a little problem going to the bathroom. But it's never gone to the extent in which it did. And the thing was, my first Baron is the dog. Baron is the one who told me that I had cancer.
Wow, they're so smart.
So he would always stay to my right side, always. If I was sitting in a chair, he was right by my side. If I was on the bus, he was in between my legs, but his head would be over my right foot. If I was sitting in a chair, he was sitting to my right. Well, all of a sudden, he started sitting behind the chairs, and his nose kept coming to the back to my butt.
Really?
At first I was thinking that he was just resting his head on the pillow on the chair. No. So one day I had to stand on the train one day, and the dog kept putting his nose on my butt. And I was like, what is going on? So I started
I'm not a girl. This is not my time.
I started checking my pants to see if I had food stain or something like that on it. No.
Yeah.
So I ended up taking him into the vet, and he had gotten some shots, and this was just a couple of days before he started acting like he did. And so I took him back to the vet's office, and I said, "What the hell did you do to my dog?" And the doc's like to me, he says, "Why? What's going on?" I said, "The dog hasn't stopped smelling my ass since you gave him those shots." And he says, "So when was the last time you were the doc?" And I says, "We were just here a couple of days ago. You gave him some shots." And he was like, "No. When was the last time you went to your doctor?" And I stopped for a second, and the guy said, "Dogs can smell cancer. You know that, right?" And I was like, "What?" And he was like, "Yeah, dogs can smell cancer. They can smell disease in your body." He said, "You need to go to your doctor." So I went to the doctor, and when I got to the doctor, I found out within 48 hours that I had stage 3 prostate cancer.
So a vet basically helped save your life, like mine, in a different way. But yeah, wow.
I trust vets more than I do doctors.
That dude was a motherfucker for a long time. I'm not kidding. I was like, fuck. Because the first thing the doc said was, "We're going to cut it out." But then they found out my medical status and they refused to do surgery.
Oh, they refused it. Really?
Yep. They said if we remove that, he said more than likely you're going to die.
Oh, okay.
And
I
plus,
thought they
haven't
refused
I
it.
heard just that even a biopsy can cause it to spread?
Absolutely.
It's a bunch of
Yes.
cells that get let
As
loose.
soon as the air hits it.
Yeah. But they put me in the machine. They put me in this big tube thing, and I was in there for an hour and 15 minutes. And when the table slid out and I got to get up off of it, I said to the nurse, I said, "Are we all good?" And she wasn't responding to me, So I walked over to where she was, and she had these big, like, photograph films, like a huge X-ray thing, but she was circling shit.
Uh-oh.
And that's when she pointed out the cancer cells, and she explained to me how they develop, and she made me swear that I would never tell the doctor that she told me this information, but she said the only reason that she responded to me in regards to that was because of the fact that I already knew that something was wrong. They started asking questions like, when was the last time you pooped? And I didn't just say like yesterday or today. I had to think about it, how long it had been since I sat on the toilet. And the way that the prostate was blocking it all in. And it was actually, and on the film, she was showing me about how it was starting to back up and working its way towards my intestines.
I'm glad the medical tyrants are not profiting off of you.
Yep. But I mean, the thing about prostate cancer is you have the ability to use RSO suppositories. Same thing with vaginal cancer, or uterus or anything like that. Basically, you insert damn it. It gets inserted through like a suppository. Only the suppository is made with RSO. Sure, you're going to feel gooey for about 45 minutes, but that medicine is going to absorb into the wall, travel through all the cells and everything, and it's going to go direct contact to the cancer.
Yeah.
Well,
So
we actually
jumping one up my poop chute was enough for it to absorb through, through the rectal wall and hit the prostate gland, and it was able to attack the cancer that way.
There's a guy that's anti-weed that actually just turned and called me today and told me about RSO, and I was like, it's about time you found it.
Yeah.
What's up, Al Bundy? And Navy Vet 103. If you didn't hear me.
When you use suppository too, you don't have to use as much as if you ate it either.
Yeah. What's that again?
If you use a suppository, you don't have to use as much if you take it orally.
Correct. Yeah, it's if you use a suppository, you can use a minimal amount because I mean, basically, you want to relieve pain and discomfort to the body. So you could basically get yourself onto a 1/4 gram of RSO orally while doing a 1 gram suppository that's going directly at the cancer. But through having some of it running through your blood system, you're stopping the cancer cells from being able to spread. And that's the objective, because, it's, you think about it, we think that that's the end all be all because that's that's where it all comes out. You know what I'm saying? But no, you've got to have that backtrack, because your prostate has direct correlation to your testicles. And that cancer could spread from one to the other. Do
you know that is also an anti-parasital? I actually looked it up today, and it is.
Yep.
I never knew. I never knew that CBD or THC was.
Yep. Kind of works like the Ivor does, you know. And the thing is you go to NIH and type in that Ivor name.
Oh yeah.
And cancer and whatever type of cancer you have, and see
That's
what
been on there for what? It's been on there over a year, and nobody knows about it.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Type in whatever type of cancer you have, and then type in that Ivor word, and you'll be like, "Holy crap! This doesn't just take the worms away from cows and horses. This takes the cancer out of the human body."
It's in your face that they make money off you, so they want to treat you. You know, it's all about profit. Oh, there's no empathy involved.
Other countries that do not have a similar type of medical industry, okay, like, you know, it's the only ones that compare to us is France, you know, European states.
Yeah.
European states, okay? But, you know, it's if you went to Africa, guess what they would give you? The Ivor. And you want to know what else they give you? They give you the H and the C and you know the 17th letter.
It's free for all the Mexicans in Mexico too. They handed out packages to everybody.
Yep.
Society needs medicine men and shamans, not more of this hoopla.
Yep. People who research the plants and what they're capable of doing, the things that are naturally given to us, not the things that have to be combined and have chemicals and everything else. You know, that's just
anything natural. They demonize it.
Hawk, you said that friend of yours was using the cow one, the one that got hit with all the stuff.
Yep.
And so the cow one works too.
Yep.
Is
probably for more?
NIH.gov?
So, yep, NIH.gov. And then in the search bar, type in whatever type of cancer it is, and then type in that name of that medicine, the Ivor.
Von Eric, good to see you.
Big Chap, is there a? Do you have a livestock store anywhere around you, like a Tractor Supply, a Wilco, anything like that? You can walk right into Tractor Supply and buy it.
Yeah, because what they put in the air is actually a Strongalite, which is a smaller one, and I've gotten really good at looking at the different types, and I've got it narrowed down to the exact brand that I need. It's parental pulmonate, something like that. It's got both though.
So these other countries that can't afford the same type of medical system that we have here, well, you know, they get the 30-cent doses. You know what I mean? They get the 30-cent doses, you know, because they need those people there, you know, in order to, well, let's see, work the lithium mines, work the gold mines, work the diamond mines, all these other things. You know, and who owns a lot of these things? The same people who are controlling our medical here in the United States.
Hey, Chuck.
Yo.
Will you show that picture again, man? Because Al Bundy said something about a shaman. That was the name of that dog that I had for almost 18 years.
Yeah, hold on a second. Yeah, let me finish.
Al Bundy, that was my dog, Shaman. That's what I named. She passed away a long time ago, but best dog in the world.
Yeah, Echo. At Tractor Supply, I know that they keep it in where they keep the animals' medicines, and, it comes in tubes like this, you know, or syringes like this.
Yep, they'll have it in one and single and 3 roll.
Yep.
Yeah, they sell 5 packs for $50 now.
Yep. Yep. Yeah, and you can buy them online too. You can buy them online and have them delivered.
I've got them. I've gotten it from all over the place, different pet supply places, Tractor Supply. I mean, I was really kind of interested at all the different types. And then when I saw bots, I was thinking, aha, that's the ticket right there. Because they're standing out in the field getting that all day, you know?
Yep. Oh yeah. Well, they're eating grass. They're getting worms. They're eating parasites on a regular basis.
Yep.
You know, and let me tell you, the meat would not be good if the farmer did not take care of that cow or a steer.
Yeah, if, like I say, you go on the Tractor Supply, you can also get the liquid form for cattle and sheep.
Yep.
Oh, this picture.
Yeah, Carl wanted me to show that.
I wouldn't be injecting that stuff though.
No, you drink.
That good girl right there never needed to be chained up. She never had to have a leash. She only wanted to be right where I was. You know, she was the lose-proof dog.
Yeah,
she was great.
They do that. I can't go anywhere without. I can't even go take a poop without dogs stopping the porta-john door from closing. Most irritating thing in the world.
She had a couple hundred squirrels under her belt, Hawk. She would climb the tree and freak a squirrel out. They'd make desperate leaps of faith from one, and if they screwed up, she'd catch them before they hit the ground, man, dead. She'd just shake them once, and the thing is when she was young, she brought me a squirrel like that, and I cooked it for her. So she started bringing me squirrels all the time. No, I just had to show it because he said something about shaman. He said he'd be a shaman.
See what I mean? Look at these pile of German Shepherds.
Yeah, I like German Shepherds too, man. I grew up with one next door.
Sweet.
Smokey
Bonnie,
was my buddy.
Bonnie, make that big and see if Hawk knows what that is.
That looks like tincture.
Yep, it's being made.
Are you using glycerin or alcohol?
Alcohol.
Okay, and you're shaking it how many times a day?
About 4 or 5 times or more.
Yeah.
Say, Chuck, say alcohol again.
Now you keep that in the dark.
Yeah.
For 60 days.
60 days.
Different for 60.
Yep. You'll definitely notice the difference. It thickens, becomes more syrupy, and I would cram more weed in there.
Yeah, I got in there probably ounce and a half.
Yeah, I'd put in a couple more.
Fill it back up.
I put it in my
ears. I would. Don't add any more alcohol. Just pack it with weed.
All right.
Yep. Smells really good too. Even if you put it in your ears, you can smell it. Yum.
I don't have a still to do it, but it'll waste the alcohol. But you can put it in a coffee pot and set it on the thing, and the warmer will evaporate the alcohol off of it.
To me, there's no such thing as too much smoke. So it always feels like a sacrifice if I do something else with it.
That or a potpourri warmer. I don't know if you ever heard of them doing that.
Yep.
So it doesn't have to be a distiller?
It just makes it cleaner doing it that way.
Yeah, the distiller part is is basically I'm extracting the oil, whereas with the tincture he's going to use an eyedropper and do doses of basically pot infused alcohol.
That I'll evaporate it down quite a bit till it's thick and
makes it kind of syrupy.
Yep.
Yeah.
Instead of gummy, it's syrupy.
Yeah. So the other way that you can do that is with a stuff called vegetable glycerin. You got to make sure that it's food grade, and that's another one. You let it sit for 60 to 90 days in the dark, shaking it up like 5 to 10 times a day, and let me tell you, then you transfer it into eye drop bottles. You strain out all the vegetable matter and you use eye drop bottles, and you can you know, he basically put it out for almost like retail.
What I got from a friend is not even like it doesn't. There's no way you could tell that alcohol was ever a part of it.
Yeah. Well, if it's a tincture and you can't taste alcohol, or you know, if you can't taste alcohol, it means you made it with vegetable glycerin.
Oh, okay.
Well, that's what I was asking about that corn liquor, because there's white lightning, there's moonshine, but then there's corn liquor. And corn liquor is far more potent and absolutely tasteless. It doesn't even bite you on the way down. It's such a smooth concoction, but it's way more powerful than the other ones. If
Yeah,
you
well,
use something like corn liquor,
it's just it's the idea of using the alcohol to extract the matter out of the vegetable matter. You know,
Basically
that's
washing it.
Yeah, that's basically it. You know, the longer you let it sit in there, the more it extracts out of it. You know, that's why I told him to put more in that jar, because if he really wants to make a medicine that's gonna work, you need to add more. You know, it's either that or you're just doing shots of alcohol that are slightly infused. Instead of being slightly infused, to make it a medicine that's actually gonna work. Yeah, but I'm not a doctor. I didn't.
no, I'm trying to figure out, like, would Everclear work better, or would Absolute vodka?
Well, that's what I use here is Everclear or Graves Grain alcohol, whichever of the two.
190.
Yeah, it's 190 to. It's 190. Yeah, it's the same. Yeah, the bottle that he's got right there. That's what I use here. Or I get the generic brand. You know, that's 189 or 190. You know, it's whatever's affordable at that time. But I get a buddy. I have a buddy who comes down, and every once in a while he'll bring me jugs of moonshine. You know, now the moonshine that will my recovery rate on the moonshine is 80 to 90% for every run. Okay, but like Everclear or Graves Grain, I'm only recovering 70% each time that I do it. You know.
Can you use the tincture in your eyes, Hawk?
No.
Okay.
No.
And Ivor, you can use the liquid also, right?
What's that?
The Ivor, it doesn't have to be the paste.
No.
Okay, so now that you guys are talking about that, I'm going to say what I just saw, where they're saying that the tablets were intentionally made as a weaker, less effective form. They've sabotaged that in the pill form.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, the doctor gave me what he gave me was not as good as the other.
Yeah, I went from taking where are they? Hang on.
I just saw that, Bonnie.
I just doubled what I had in it. I doubled what it had in it, shook it a few minutes, and it collapsed down almost the same. Well, it's quite a bit more in there now. But
So, if you want to make me big screen, so these are the capsules.
Working on it. There we go.
So these are the capsules, the Ivor capsules.
Yeah.
4 of them equals 1 dose of this from the syringe. 4 of these equals 1 dosage, the size of a pencil eraser.
12 milligrams is the 4, right?
Yep.
Yeah. That's
so
what I got.
if you do it by weight on there that says like a cow, each one of them notches is 50 pounds. Is that taking too much if you weigh 200?
Well, for your size, you should be doing the size of a pencil eraser.
Oh, so
The one I have is 1.87%.
Daily though, Hawk. Not he's talking once a month, I think.
What for these? This is twice a day, every day.
Yep.
An eraser's worth.
One in the morning
Yep.
with breakfast, and then one at night with dinner.
When I
You have the
first started
packaging.
taking it out,
There's
doing
a
it
key
twice a
word
week.
on my packaging, Hawk, and the word is
Yeah.
boticide, which you can say here, boticide. Look into that.
Take me out, big screen. I
Oh,
know you just
sorry.
looked at the dog. They're all over the place.
Yes.
They are. Look at them. They're like freaking everywhere.
You don't need a rug.
Oh.
But they're all. You notice they're all the same color except for the two that are out of view underneath. There he goes. There he goes.
Oh, there runs off Gabriel. Was that Gabriel?
Well, these are
Maybe.
the two pups that are right here.
What's
So,
the percentage on that paste you got, Hawk? Mine's
The one
1.87.
that's next to the door, that's our new addition. That
Oh.
is, well, actually, he's gonna be going when his owner gets here from Cancun. That is oh damn, what was his name? Samson. And this fellow right next to him, this is Gunner. Gunner. How pretty you look.
Oh
Yeah,
my
come here.
goodness.
Yeah. They're both 4 months old. Yeah. So, I got to put my glasses on for that. What is the what now?
You should have a meat jacket for people to put on when they come in your fence.
What was I looking for on this? 1.87.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what mine is.
Yeah. And I get these by the box.
I would like to get some more. I got some
15
for.
15 syringes per box.
Do you order
I
them?
think that's a good call, man. That stuff could come in handy even in the future.
Yep. I keep it in the refrigerator.
You know how you're supposed to, but for the animals, do it by the click, and each click is 50 pounds.
Yep.
When I first started doing it, I was doing it twice a week, and I was taking the 6 clicks, which equaled 300 pounds, which is a little over me. And that was a gob. You talk about gag the shit out of you.
I haven't had to run my refrigerator in over a month.
I just put it to the back of my mouth, and then I take a sip of coffee. You know, coffee, the warmth from the coffee just washes it right down.
Yeah, I do it with tea, and that cold tea, iced tea doesn't do shit.
No, you want something warm that it's going to take any of it that's going to stick on the back of your tongue. You want it to.
I've heard about half an eraser worth off a pencil.
Well, I'm 200 pounds, so I do a pencil size, or an eraser, pencil eraser.
Number 2 pencil.
Right. Noted, because I'm 200 pounds, 6'1". That's good to know.
Are you talking about the pink part that sticks out past the metal ring, or if you pulled it out of the ring?
The down to the ring.
Oh, so about as thick as it is, big around, basically.
Yep.
Hawk, you weigh 200 pounds.
Yep. Well,
so do I.
Not anymore. I think I'm about.
No, Indy, I don't.
I think I'm around 160 to 165 right now.
Okay.
I bet Chuck weighs like 600 pounds. 200 pounds ain't nothing.
I've lost a lot of weight over the last couple of months.
Yeah, I'm probably somewhere around 280.
Damn it.
I don't, during the wintertime, I don't eat a lot. Food's like the farthest thing from my mind 90% of the time. As long as I got a can of Pepsi a day and maybe a hot cup of hot cocoa and coffee, that's pretty much what I live on. What I drink. I eat one meal a day. I don't, every once in a while I'll make breakfast. I made breakfast last week, I think twice, because somebody brought me up some really kick-ass bacon.
Cool.
I've had people look at me like I'm an alien when I forget to eat in a day.
Infused cannabis or cannabis infused bacon. It was good. It was really, really good. It was really good. I ate a pound in 2 settings. So
Normally I keep it in the fridge, Indy. I just happen to have it out because I gave it to I gave it to the dogs too. So because with when we get this much rain, I always worry about worms, and I'm not going to give them worm pills. So they get a smudge on my finger, and each of them gets a dose a day.
Now,
Generally I
I've
do it.
read it in actual 1800s books going way back that the farmers used to give their dogs tobacco, little pinches of tobacco once a month to keep all the worms out of them.
Yeah, no, I value my tobacco. I value my dogs too, but I value my tobacco
You
too
think
much.
it's bad for them?
No, I just value my tobacco too much.
Ivor killed
I don't get to the
Well,
store
yeah, I
anymore.
guess you got a lot of dogs, don't you? So,
Yeah.
yeah, that
Oh
would
yeah.
add up.
Yeah.
Will Ivor kill the tapeworms too?
Yes. Yes. Any parasitic worms, gone.
Now I got to figure out because I got wormer for my cats over here. I need to give it to them and the dogs, and I just have to figure out how to get that cat to eat it.
Yeah.
He's as lovable as he can be, but he's like you might as well have a feral cat when you try to hold him down and put something in his mouth.
All
You
you
know how
do is
a
you
mama
rub it
grabs
on
a
his
kid.
Chuck.
They'll line up for it.
Chuck, you rub it on his shoulder, and they get mad because they got something on their fur, and they lick it off.
Mm-hmm.
Chuck, you know how a mama grabs the kittens up by the scruff of their neck and
Yeah.
kind of go like, does that still work on them?
Oh,
Sometimes it
but
works on the adults, sometimes it doesn't.
That works enough to piss him off. He'll start flailing, kicking, hissing. That don't work on him anymore.
Bummer.
Thanks, Rob.
Usually-
I really needed you to say that to me as I'm sitting here smoking paper.
If a cat's docile enough, you can grab them high in the neck, and when you give a little grab to the skin, it pulls their mouth open a little bit. I've successfully forced medicine down cats before like that.
Yeah, the dogs actually line up for it. When I spin my chair around and I got it in hand, they'll line right up and they lick it right off my finger. I don't have to force it.
That Chinese mustard that's like horseradish.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
My dogs, German Shepherds in there, they were watching us put it on stuff, and they kept sniffing, wanting it. And I had it on my finger, so I figured I'd just let him smell it. He'd smell it, and he'd turn his head. The black one turned his head. The tan one come up, licked my finger, and then tried to go towards my plate. So I dipped my finger in it, let him see it. He licked it. Next thing, he's licking his nose and that, and then he stops and looks like, I want more. The black one decided he wanted to try it, so I dipped my finger. I don't know, them dogs like some weird stuff.
Well, I think Hug just made me think about something. I watch these videos all the time where they set a couple dogs down and give them different foods. Like they'll give them a carrot, and then the dog looks at them like, I don't want that. Then they put a piece of chicken down, and it's always German Shepherds. I've noticed that. So German Shepherds that'll eat a lot, don't they?
Oh yeah, they can be extremely picky and finicky about the human food that you give them, but they will. Cuvée loves salad.
Yeah,
as long as I shred the lettuce and not put lettuce leaf in there.
Yeah, Bear ate every vegetable, including onions.
These boys rarely get stuff like that. At first, they look at you can give them a piece of bologna, and they're like, "What the hell is that?" But
it's the looks in their faces, man. The German Shepherd, they have a lot of expression in their facials. It's like you can tell right now what he's thinking.
Think about all the places around the world that you've seen German Shepherds, and 90% of those places do not even have the dog food that we have. So they are more apt, they are more apt to raw foods and human food than they are the dog food.
It's been darn near 20 years I've been warning people, because since in almost 20 years time, I've seen like 20 reports of dog treats and foods that were made in China that poisoned pets. There's been report after report. It's like every year you'll get one. Never ever give your pets that garbage.
Chinese like dogs as long as they get to eat them.
Yeah.
I think they're responsible for poisoning a lot of American pets.
Not all dogs, Rob. Not all dogs. There are some breeds that but humans, it's no different than humans. I have an allergy to onions. I have an allergy to peppers. I have an allergy to mushrooms. Dogs can have those same type of allergies to different stuff. I didn't have that allergy until after I had chemotherapy.
And you know what? It was a long time ago. I think I read it in Reader's Digest that you can have no allergies all through your life and then develop them later. You can pick up allergies at any point in your life.
Yep. Well, I got them after a full cycle of chemotherapy. There were certain foods that I've never been able to eat them since.
I'm not aware of a single allergy that I have, but would you call it an allergy? I cannot keep Asian food down. The only food I've ever encountered in life that I can eat it, taste okay, but I'm gonna puke it up in 15 minutes every time.
Might be the MSG doing that.
I've tried the MSG free stuff, and it still happens. Any Asian food of any type, my stomach will not hold it down. Is that an allergy or what is that?
Maybe it's a soy.
I don't know, Chuck. I've tried even some of the simplest foods. If it was Asian made, I can't. My system won't accept it. Very good. I don't know that it's an allergy. I don't know what it is, but it's the only thing like that I can.
Maybe it's heavy. Sits heavy on you. You throw it up. Maybe.
But I can eat anything else. I can eat anything else at midnight. It doesn't matter. It's just something in that.
Because most of it is chicken, pork, beef, shrimp, and then you got your different onions in it. Your salad onions, your regular onions, rice, noodles. Depending noodles.
I tried Japanese steakhouses. I've tried Chinese foods. I tried Thai food. They all are the same result.
That's weird because
something they put on it. You think about the MSG.
There's got to be something else. That's what I was figuring, huh? There's got to be something else.
Could be. Do you use soy sauce for anything?
I know what it tastes like, but I never could stand it.
30% of their food is cooked with it.
Yep, that's what
soy. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. It's 30% of their food is done with soy sauce. Another 30% is done with MSG, if not closer to 50%.
Well, I remember trying the MSG free stuff a long time ago because that's what somebody was telling me. Oh, it's got to be that. You just do it, and it still. I'm talking fire hose shit, man. It just won't stay down.
It could be the salt in this soy, then maybe doing it.
Yeah, I've heard the onions are toxic to dogs too. Chocolate, onions, tomatoes.
Say grapes.
Yep, grapes. There's a few things that are supposed to be bad news. There's even stuff like red oak leaves will kill a horse. There's stuff out there that is bad for certain animals.
They say it's not good to give dogs potatoes. I don't know if it's an allergy or if it's just shit, but
stay out of the trash. I see your nose going over there. Mm-hmm. She smells the napkin that I used to clean up the little bit of hot chocolate that I spilled on the desk.
Hey, you know what? It might be the dog or cat in those foods.
Mm-hmm.
Or the rat on a stick.
It could be many, many things.
I remember our youngest was probably 6, 7 years old at a Chinese restaurant. He likes that rat. We call it rat on a stick, that chicken skewers. But he told the guy when he come to order, he wanted rat on a stick, and that Asian waiter wasn't too pleased.
No.
All right,
I've
I
seen
gotta go to bed.
restaurants.
I
I've
gotta
been
go to bed.
back. Good night, Hawk.
All right.
Good
Been
night,
in the
bro.
back of restaurants and watched rats flying all over the floor, under the ranges,
Night,
in and
Hawk.
out the back door when it opens. I've
Night,
seen some
Hawk.
rat infested restaurants.
All right, y'all. Been on 5.5 hours.
Rabbit asked me what the best food at the wedding was. I don't know if you saw that.
Let's see. It was Chili's. They got pretty good potato soup. I don't really care for Chili's much.
I don't like them or on the border either.
Yeah, my mama, that's her favorite, you know. Everybody else was happy.
We went to On the Border when they first opened here in Shreveport, and it still had everybody in it was new. So they were like grand opening was like the third day. And we went in there to order, sitting there, and the new waitress come by, and she had like 12 drinks on a tray. Turned around and bumped the edge of my seat and dumped every one of them across the back of my head and my back. I got upset and was sitting there pissed off. And then the assistant manager, I wasn't cussing or carrying on yet, but he come over there. He goes, sometimes we just have to deal with things. Then I got pissed off.
Hey there. Yeah, that's like telling you to calm down, huh?
Oh my goodness.
Oh man, I don't know, Echo. Maybe so.
I was going to say it can even be a spice because it took me forever to figure out why I couldn't eat Italian food. And I finally figured out it was the oregano.
Yeah, grab that link, Echo.
That mold in the soy sauce.
Yeah, I'm going to close up.
Rabbit, you coming up? That mold in the soy sauce, that could be. I didn't even think about that because that stuff's fermented so long, and they leave the mold in for a flavoring or something. I've heard.
Don't forget to turn your faucets on, Bonnie.
Yes, thank you.
You're
And
welcome.
since y'all are getting into all this crazy, weird stuff, well, what did you just say? Chuck, what did you just say?
What, talking about that mold in soy sauce?
Oh, that wasn't it. Okay, never mind. I don't know.
You expect us to know what we just talked about?
Are we supposed to go down to freezing? Oh yeah, here I see it coming in about 2 hours.
Yeah, we just got frost here. It's sparkling on my deck.
It froze last night, and my pineapples were put outside for some reason. So I said, get those back in the house now. So they're in the house tonight.
Well, thank you very
right.
much for a great
I'm gonna
time,
close
Bonnie.
Thank you for coming.
Well, I'm going to
up.
hang out in the
I didn't-
backstage, see if anybody wants to talk some more shit.
Good night, everybody.
Oh,
I
man,
didn't
Night,
think this long.
okay.
Okay. Rabbits, grab
Bye,
the link
Chad.
if you're coming up. Echo. Love y'all. Y'all have a good night. God bless y'all.
God bless.
Good night. Bye. Adios.